All right. Hey, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. We are, as always, running late, so thank everyone for stopping by. Anyway, I still have not put out any announcements, so let me take care of that first. All right. What would we do? Yeah, that's fine. Let's grab our link. There we go. Ah. Who's this? Alright, whatever. That was weird. Not messing with that. We are. That's good. You can go ahead and paste that to X. Hop on into Discord. Go. And we can hop in here. Boom. Boom. That's set. Ah. Go. Now I guess we just make sure that everything's working and we can get started. Looking good. That's looking good. Okay. Oh, that's not looking good. Yeah, we need an active check. Good. YouTube's looking good. Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, Kick. They're all doing fine. Let's make sure we got our connections set up properly. Sometime you'll tell Vegeta like a bitch. Da 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 da. Yap ba da 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 ya da 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 ya da. Da 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 dee 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 dee. Bum bum ba da da. You claim this fight's in vain and that you're late for lunch. I'll strike you once again with my kidney punch. So before I defeat ya, brim, just try my stuffed crust pizza. In 5 minutes I'll beat ya. Or my name isn't Frieza. Surrender, I'll end ya. Saiyans aren't here to defend ya. Just give up, join my cause. I will fight and find the Dragon Balls for myself, yes, just me, and I'll wish for immortality. You ask why I'm so bad. Well, it's mostly to impress my dad. Ah, fun little song. Fun little ditty. Alright. Get that out of the way. Let's pull you quickly. We can get going in just a moment. Do 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 do. Bo 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 bo. Do 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 do. Do 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 dee 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 dee. All right. I think we got just about everything we need. Okay. Do we get going? I guess we get going. Hello and welcome to another episode of Data Live, Arusu Install. Technically, we're in the bonus features now since we got everything in the story done. Let's hop on over to the gallery, go to memory, hop on over to Arusu Install, and we're just gonna see. We should have every single memory. And sure enough, we do. And let's hop on over to CG's. Skip all Arena Utopia, we saw that one. There we go, Arusu Install. That's probably even going to be the thumbnail of this episode. That's what we get for completing the game. Nasty screen tears, but it looks like it's not cutting through on OBS, so at least that's good. Of course, Toka manages to get censored. Marina almost didn't, but just got there barely. Alright, and anyway, there's all the stuff at the start. There's students. That is shopping, Toka shopping, Origami, Yoshino, Kurumi, Kotori, the twins. And that's right, yes, these are for who you pick at the start. and Miku. Of course, we got Marina, we got Maria, and then we got our dates. Those are all Toka's dates. Then we got Origami's dates, Yoshino, Karumi, Katori. Yep, we got Magical Girl Katori. That was a fun one. And Black Cat Shido, the friendly mascot. And hooray for clothing damage. And of course, Police Girl Katori. And then of course we have the twins. Showing off their Spanx. Their endings. We got Miku. And of course, we got Maria. And then we got all the stuff in the final battle. And finally, Maria showing up on Shido's cell phone. Who wouldn't want a digital assistant like that? And of course, a bit of the final battle. And the Fraxon is on fire. And that's it. The last 1, 2, 3 pages are Rio Reincarnation. We'll get to that shortly, but first we got the special. Now obviously the drama CD is not translated, but yeah, we got the Arusu Install original drama CD. I do think that the Data Live Discord has this translated, but yeah. Something for another time. Yep. Not translated. Not gonna mess with that. However, the special book most certainly is translated. So, let's hop in here. Oh. No need for zooming in. There we go. Alright, table of contents. We got the character introduction, we got the gallery, we got a bonus novel, Koshi Tachibana's postscript, and Tsunako's postscript. Now, I think we'll only get as far as the bonus novel, and the bonus novel will be the next episode. So yeah, let's look through it. Spirit, a special disaster assigned life form. Their cause and purpose for existence are both unknown. Whenever they appear in this world, they cause a spacequake and provide calamity to their surroundings. They are fully capable of invoking war. Ways of coping: 1. Exterminate using force. As stated before, however, their potential for war is extreme, making this method difficult. Ways of coping: 2. Go on a date with them and make them fall in love. Had to pause the recording there. I just realized I forgot to grab Rumble Chat. There we go. And I can toss both of those overboard. Alright, let's move on. Oops. Alright, characters: Toka Yatogami. Voice actor: Marina Inoue. Not to be confused with the character Marina. Her codename is Princess, the first spirit that Shido saved. Bright and lively, she's innocent and knows nothing of suspicion. By Ratatosker's arrangement, she is now Shido's classmate. She is a big eater, and particularly she's weak to kinako bread and Shido's handmade food. Either way, it seems she hopelessly adores Shido. The angel she manifests is Sandalphon. It's nothing. Yes, this kinako bread is delicious. Alright, Origami Tobiichi, voice actress, Misuzu Togashi. One of Shido's classmates and his self-proclaimed lover. She is known for her intellect and freakish athleticism, as well as for being a mysterious beauty. She is also a highly talented girl who is part of the Ground Defense Force's Anti-Spirit Troop, or AST. In her past, she lost her parents to a spirit attack, and she has sworn revenge within her heart. Her display of affection towards Shido, opposite of her cool impression, is quite aggressive. This way we can progress at once. Yoshino, voice actress Iori Nomizu. Her codename is Hermit, the second spirit that Shido saved. She's calm and shy, but her friend Yoshinon, who is placed on her left hand, is bright and loves jokes. With so many spirits with strong personalities, it seems Yoshino's existence is an oasis for Shido's heart. The angel she manifests is Zadkiel. Oh yes, Shido-san, thank you. Kurumi Tokisaki, voice actress Asami Sanada. Her identifier is Nightmare. To date, she is the only spirit that Shido was unable to save, leading to her being dubbed the worst spirit. I don't know, I think that was because she eats people. Although most spirits enter the human world accidentally, she is a special existence that can travel from the other world by her own will, and she has even killed people intentionally. She seems to be planning something, but her motive has not been made clear. The angel she manifests is Zafkiel. My, your face has gotten so red, you know. Kotori Itsuka, voice actress Ayana Taketatsu. Her codename is Afreet. Shido's sister... No, not Shido's sister-in-law. Shido's stepsister, who became a spirit by someone's hand. When wearing her trademark white ribbons, she's an innocent and cute younger sister. However, when she wears her black ribbons, she becomes the commander of the secret organization Ratatosker, which is trying to prevent the spacequakes by interacting with the spirits. She loves lollipops so much she always carries a specialized case with her. The angel she manifests is Kamael. I don't need a date or anything, really. Yeah, she's super tsundere. Kaguya Yamai, voice actress Maya Uchida. And Yuzuru Yamai, voice actress Sarah Emmy Bridcut. Kaguya, her codename is Berserk, a spirit who moves faster than a gale, and one with whom it is difficult to encounter, much less interact. She is accompanied with typhoon-like strong winds, and only a tragic sight is left behind after they've ripped through. The angel she manifests is Raphael, the same as Yuzuru. Her codename is Berserk, a spirit that borders the shaking winds. She is certainly a spirit that is also called Berserk, but her origins remain a mystery. The angel she manifests is Raphael, the same as Kaguya. Miku Izayoi, voice actress Minori Chihara. Her codename is Diva. Actually, they don't have a comment? Nope, they didn't have a quote. Her codename is Diva, a spirit whose enchanting voice is out of this world. Some believe that she lives in this world to amass information about how humans live, but the actual truth is still unknown. The angel she manifests is Gabriel. There's nothing to worry about. They wouldn't expect the real me to be out in public like this. Maria Arusu and Marina Arusu. Now, despite Marina's voice actress being question mark, it is the same as Maria, which is Suzuku Mimori. Maria, a mysterious girl who appears suddenly in front of Shido in the digital world. She wishes to learn about love. Marina, a girl who looks exactly like Maria, who also appears suddenly before Shido in the digital world. She appears when the sun sets, and she acts and speaks as if she's mocking Shido, and seems to know something. She acts like Maria's opposite. Shido Itsuka, voice actress Nobunaka Shimazaki. However, in this game, well, you could switch him to be voiced, but in this game, he's voiced by none other than me, Bring Stabity. A second-year student living in Tengu City, A past incident enabled him to seal away a spirit's power within himself. Ever since, he's helped his sister Katori, who works as the commander of Ratatoskr, and has continued to rescue multiple spirits. Because his parents are often away from the house on business, he takes care of all the housework, like cooking, and the house's mainstay. Reina Murasame, voice actress Aya Endo, an analyst who works aboard Ratatoskr's aerial ship the Fraxinus. She is apparently an insomniac and looks sleepy day and night. Although she acts and speaks strangely, her analytical skills are unparalleled. She is also posted as the substitute teacher for Shido's class. Hyohei Kanazuki, voice actress Takehito Koyasu, the vice commander of Ratatoskr's aerial ship the Fraxinus. He is rather handsome, but his tastes are questionable. Constantly abused by Katori, his superior, he does nothing to show he is adverse to it. He comes through when is needed, which may explain why Katori trusts him? ... question mark? Alright. Tamayo Kamine, voice actress Kaori Sadohara, the homeroom teacher of Shido's class. Her students call her Tama-chan as an affectionate nickname. Outwardly, she looks similar in age to her students, but she is actually 29 years old. She is single and strongly wishes to get married. And remember, it's Japan. Once you turn 26, you are an old lady. Hiroto Tonomachi, voice actress Anri Katsu, one of Shido's classmates and one of his few male friends. He is extremely interested in girls in various ways, but because he lets this show in his words and actions, the view girls have of him is odd. Alright, next. Ai Yamabuki, voice actress Risako Murai. Mai Hazakura, voice actress Kayako Tsumita. And me, Fujibakama, voice actress Midori Tsukimiya. A close-knit group of 3 who are Shido's classmates. They're close to Toka, and they often give Shido advice on how to approach her. It's easy to remember their names by going from the tallest to shortest. I, Mai, and me. Mana Takamiya, voice actress Misato. Apparently rather famous because she has no last name. Shido's blood-related younger sister, who after being reunited, has looked for him since. She is also a talented wizard, and she was once transferred to AST from the DEM company, but an unfortunate incident left her seriously wounded by her nemesis, Kurumi. After receiving treatment from DEM company, her progress has been steady, but Ratatoskr has been closely monitoring potential side effects. Mikie Okamine, voice actress Kanami Sato, a team member who serves in AST with Origami and Amana. Her rank is private second class, working as Origami's partner in AST. Her personality is bright and straightforward, but she has a playfulness about her that suits her age. She is a cousin to Tamayo Kamine, the homeroom teacher of Shido Itsuka's class. Alright, rough sketches. Mech habit clothing, yes, she is a mech nun. Blue-gray hair, reddish-gray hair, different hat types, wavy hair, straight hair. More rough sketches. This is hair. Hairband to resemble a nun's hat. Supple girl. Original character designs, casual clothes. And there is Toka. Standard edition package illustration. That's what it looks like on the standard edition. And that is what the limited edition looked like. Some more rough sketches. There is no ground, but the flooring is digital. Standard edition jacket initial illustration. Okay. Falling into the digital world. Oh, that's cute. Open the front. Show knee-high socks. Very important. Very, very important. Do we call it here? You know what? we'll skip past the quest. We'll read that the next episode. We can take care of the stuff afterwards here. There we are. Postscript. By Koshi Tachibana from 2014. Postscript. Date Alive, the second game. Arusu Install! Screaming it like that sounds like a special attack. Sounds kind of cool, doesn't it? Maybe not. And so, Date Alive Arusu Install has formally been released. Have you already played it? It's fine if you haven't. We've avoided any serious spoilers, I think. It goes without saying that I asked them, rather than include this postscript, to increase the page count of Date Alive Arusu Install. Tsunako-san's 4-Koma comic begins 3 pages after this. But they didn't listen. Why not, huh? Everyone would be happier that way. As with last time, I was in charge of creating this game's original character, the main plot, and overall direction. This time, the story begins with Shido and the others becoming trapped within a game world. You know, a game. It's been a dream of mine since I was a kid. I hope that while I'm still alive, a device will be developed that can connect your brain into a game world and allow you to dive right in. I think this man has not listened to enough, or watched enough, Trapped in a Computer, anime. Like, Dot Hack, and, Sword Art Online, I want to say. Yeah, that sounds right. Although the game's story centers around the dating sim world that Shido is trapped inside of, I thought that having him enter a digital world made it possible to engage in a sort of adventure. So the special novel became something of a fantasy RPG story. How was it? I hope you liked it. It was okay. Rin Utopia was better. As for this game, there are actually 2 new original characters. Additionally, the timeline takes place between, the 7th and 8th volumes, so there are even more characters present than in the last game, Rin Utopia. Yay, so much work. Much work, such characters. The main heroine this time around, as it says in the title, is a girl named Maria Arusu. Tsunako-san's design is masterful yet again this time around. But that, only show up at the end of the main route, so please try clearing it. The actor for Arusu is Suzuka Minori-san. If you speak about Minori-san, of course you understand it. I wonder when the 3rd season will be released. Now we've made it to the end. This game was made possible because of the hard work of many people. I'm very grateful to everyone who had a hand in making it. Date Alive lives on. Please continue supporting it. March 2014, Koshi Tachibana. Alright. What is love, love, love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Alright, what is love? Love is, how does a person find love? Femininity plays a part. It seems that compatibility plays a role. Maria has adjusted her appearance, voice, and personality to what Shido likes most. Complete. Let's not reuse things from previous games, okay? To be fair, Rin literally was Shido's perfect waifu. Femininity. When you talk about package and cover art, it's Toka Yatogami. The cover girl looks feminine enough to me. We're going to shoot the package art for Arusu Install. Oh, got it! Start observing data. Look, kitty! The moment the camera was pointed at her, her stats instantly increased, and they're still rising. Does this femininity? Girl. This is completely random, but... What is it, Yoshinan? The belly area of your sword, Toka-chan. Doesn't it look like a face made from the Tani kanji? Eyes, beard, mouth. I think they mean mustache, not beard. Tani? Postscript. Oh. Stretching vertically. Okay. I ask of you. I'm starting to get confused, so I will review what girl power means. Bleep bloop. Cooking skills. Good use of makeup. Popular for whatever reason. I'm searching for someone who meets these requirements. Oh, there's one over there. Shido. What is a girl? Shido in his Shiori form. She does use makeup well. He tricked Miku into thinking he was in fact a girl. Postscript. After drawing the 4-panel comics for the previous game, I was asked to do so again for this game. And there is the ending, oh yes. Much smexy, did live Arusu Install. Maria's got that lovely clothing. Not so much damage this time, it's just off. The clothing is just off. Anyway, that's it for this episode. Next time we'll backtrack and we will read that, read the story, the bonus story for Arusu Install, and after that we go straight into Rio Reincarnation. So, thank you everybody for hanging out. Please like, follow, subscribe. Check me out on Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, and Kick. Free money in the description as always, and I'll see you guys in the next part. Bye-bye. Oh. Oh? Oh. There was an earthquake off of the Russian coast, and there is a tsunami headed to Honolulu and California. How long ago was this? 3 hours ago? Okay. Wow. Yeah, that is devastation. 8.7 magnitude. Woo! Yeah, there's buildings just ripped right off their foundations. Yeah. Estimated time of arrival 12:15 to 12:40. Okay. And does it go? No, okay, that's just the Bay Area. Yeah, getting distracted by the tsunami, but we'll get back to the game in a moment. Yeah, Hawaii's entirely in Honolulu orders coastal evasion. Yeah. See if we can get some more information here. Let's see. tsunami warning today. California. There we go, LA Times. Go away. Yeah, that is close to where my friend lives. If I could remember his exact address, that would be nice. Is that it? No. Oh, waves are going to be less than 1 foot. Waves of up to 3.8 feet are predicted in Port San Luis in San Luis Obispo County. The rest of California coast is predicted to see waves of 1.4 feet or less, with waves in Los Angeles expected to be less than 1 foot. A tsunami of 10 to 13 feet hit the Kamchatka Peninsula in Siberia within hours of the earthquake, damaging buildings, including a kindergarten, according to Reuters. Japanese officials advised people to evacuate tsunami-prone areas along the country's east coast, warning that waves of up to 10 feet could strike the coastline. Yeah, the impact in Hawaii is going to be in about another hour, 50 minutes from now, maybe. Yeah, that only shows California. It doesn't get up to Oregon and Washington. Okay. Let's see if I can find Washington tsunami warning. And let's try Como News. Right, here we go. We got some tsunami potential maps. Yeah. Okay. Looks like my friend up in Seattle will be safe. Can we get some better... Nope, that one doesn't go far enough. Right, outer coast from the Oregon border to Slip Point, including the Columbia River estuary, And the Strait of Juan de Fuca. Okay. Let's see if maybe... Oh. OPB might give us a little more info here. At 2 a.m. it'll reach Tacoma, Washington. Here we are. A full list of when large waves might arrive. Finally, that's what we're looking for. Angeles, Bellingham. There we are. Tsunami.gov. Awesome, yes. That is a full map from NOAA. National whatever, Oceanographic and Aero something. Alright. I assumed we were safe because I'm pretty far upriver. Well, even if I wasn't that far upriver, I'm safe because I'm not even by the river. Decently far up vertical offset from the river. But yeah, it's not going to get anywhere near us. But yeah, the islands in the estuary, they will get some. Okay, well, let's zoom out. Let's head back over to my where my buddy over here in Seattle is. Let's see how he fares. We maybe get a little bit more clarity here. Oh, there we are. That looks like the right place. Is that Queen Anne? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That should be the... There it is. There's the Space Needle. There's the bridge, and then he's over there, yeah. Okay. I'll still text him. There we are. Sent him a message. Now we can zoom out. Head down to California. Oh. Something there is in red. Which part of California are you? Right, you're just randomly part of Northern California there. Okay. There's Oregon. There's California. They don't show the maps, so it's hard to tell. Anyway, let's get down here to around Is that San Diego? Coronado? That doesn't look like Coronado. That's San Luis Obispo. Okay. That's way too far north. That's, that looks like LA. Yeah. Oh, yep, and there's 15. There's San Diego. There's Coronado. And there the map ends because it doesn't go down to Mexico. It only sees the US. Perfect. Yeah. Alright, he's in is that Del Mar? That's Del Mar, yeah. Yep. Let me go send him a message as well. It's not there. There we are. Got that out of the way. Send some warnings to some friends out in the various areas. Close that, get back to here. And let's move on. All right. Let's get going. Hello and welcome to another episode of Did Live Arusu Install. This is the final bonus episode. We've got just the story, Did Live Arusu's quest, and once we're done with that, we are completely done with Arusu Install and we're moving on to Rio Reincarnation. So let's go. Wake up, my dear Shido. One morning, Shido awoke to the feeling of his body being shaken, and to Maria Rusu's voice tickling his eardrum. That looks like car drum, not eardrum. I think it's just a bad scan, whatever. Maria? Yes! Shido sat up while rubbing his eyes as he called her name, and Maria responded with a small nod. She was a beautiful ash blonde with a pair of precious blue eyes. He didn't know her exact age, but perhaps because of her short and delicate stature, Shido saw her as younger than himself. Yeah, that E looks exactly like a C in precious. Yeah, it's just a horrible font. Then, as he saw Maria standing next to the bed, Shido rubbed his eyes once more. The reason was simple. For some reason, she was dressed in a dark robe and holding a wizard's scepter, much like a mage from a fantasy game. Oh, what's with the outfit? I am a mage. Maria's response was unflinching. It was as he saw. No, I can tell by looking. But why? He began to probe further, then paused. How about before that pause we kill the spammer, kill the spammer, kill the spammer, do. No. He began to probe further, then paused. Looking around the room, Shido saw that not only was Maria's outfit peculiar, but rather the familiar interior of his bedroom was transformed into a somewhat medieval reconstruction. ... Was it possible he was still dreaming? Shido once more furiously rubbed his eyes. No matter how hard he rubbed, however, the room's interior would not change back to its previous iteration. What in the heck is this? Shido Itsuka, please hurry and change. As Shido sat there in confusion, Maria offered him a change of clothes. However, held in Maria's hands were none of Shido's usual clothes or uniform, but rather she held a ravishing cape and a coat of chainmail. Hanging on the wall was a two-handed broadsword resting inside of a sheath. It was the kind of basic equipment a hero in an RPG would wear, no doubt. What's going on? As Shido asked, Maria quizzically tilted her head. I believe I informed you of this last night. Last night? Maria's response continued to perplex Shido, as he tried replaying his memories, before he let out a light, wide-eyed gasp. Shido Itsuka, I understand now. Does love not bloom under extreme conditions? The previous night, Maria had posed this question while standing in the living room of the Itsuka household. Why do you ask, Maria? Actually, throughout today, I listened to stories from Toka Yarogami and the others. It was about how they met you, Shido Itsuka. How we met? Yes, in order to know what love is, I believed I needed to learn its origins. In other words, the meeting of two people who birthed the concept of love. Maria explained further, staring straight into Shido's eyes. What love is? This was a topic which Maria had brought up to Shido constantly, ever since she had first appeared before him. It was also a topic that was the key to explaining the current predicament in which Shido and the others were placed. As Shido let out a soft murmur of assent, he glanced around at his surroundings. The familiar walls, floor, and ceiling. It was undoubtedly the living room of the Itsuka household. However, this was the Itsuka household, yet not at the same time. Yes, this was the interior of a virtual space created by Ratatosker. A few days ago, Shido had entered a certain game for the sake of practicing how to romance spirits. However, an unexpected bug had occurred, trapping him within the virtual realm. Maria Arusu, the girl standing before him, was also considered to be a bug, and she repeated the question, What is love, 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 baby, don't hurt me, no more. Several times, as if it were her catchphrase. Believing that finding the answer to this question was, as stated, the key to exiting their precarious situation, Shido, along with Toka and the others who were also trapped inside of the virtual realm, had spent many days with Maria. However, at the present time, no such solution seemed to exist. Still, how we met, huh? I could see that being important, but what did you learn from it? Each of your introductions with everyone has varied in circumstance, Shido Itsuka, but I detected one trend. Trend? Yes, more than half of them took place during battle, or in a dangerous situation. Oh. Shido frowned while scratching his cheek. Come to think of it, this rang true. However, it could be said that this was expected. Putting aside his sister Katori, whom he's lived with for many years, the other girls brought into the virtual realm were either spirits or members of AST. One might have said that it was inevitable for their first meeting to have been mired in conflict. So, from there you deduced, yes, love always blossoms under extreme conditions. Maria delivered her response proudly. It wasn't that her expression changed, so much as her words carried an unusual undertone of triumph, spoken with an unmistakable confidence. Well, I'm not too sure about that. Shido's response, on the other hand, wavered. As he scratched his cheek, Maria tilted her head out of curiosity. Is this incorrect? Well, the circumstances of when I first met Toka and the others weren't exactly typical. I doubt normal couples engage in these dangerous encounters, you know. This is not true. There is something called the suspension bridge effect. I believe that love arises more easily in heart-pounding, spectacle-like adventures. That might be true, but if your hypothesis is right, then, what are you planning to do about it? Shido glanced around the room as he asked. Shido and the others were currently residing within a virtual space, which was modeled after the real Tengu City. Its denizens were controlled AI, in other words, non-playable characters. They couldn't make a new spirit appear, and the AST or DEM were not present. It was a world separated from such threats. In a place like this, it didn't seem possible to create the spectacle-like situations which Maria had described. However, Maria gave a small, confident nod. There's no need to worry. I have already thought of a solution. A solution? What kind of solution? Shido retorted, sweat forming on his forehead. Maria then turned her back to him, her skirt swaying. Look forward to it tomorrow. Good night, Shido Itsuka. Sleep well. She left it at that, then briskly walked away. Wait! Even as Shido called out, Maria kept going. Curtsying one last time, she departed the Itsuka household. ... He was unsure about what Maria had in store, but contemplating the outcomes would do nothing to change them. Shido sauntered up to his room, scratching his head once more. Hey, Evelyn, welcome! So, is this supposed to be the big spectacle? Now that he remembered, she had said something like this. Shido's cheek twitched as sweat formed on his brow. Yes, and so the hero, Shido Itsuka, lead your allies to victory against the Demon King. ... With this sudden proposal from Maria, he put a hand to his forehead. Maria was capable of altering the state of the world inside this virtual realm. In actuality, this wasn't the first time Shido and the spirits were subjected to an experience such as this, wherein their relationship and personalities were repurposed into something else entirely. I am doing quite well. Went over to my parents for just quickly swimming some laps, and ended up staying like 3 hours there and started the stream late. Oops. This time around, it seemed Maria had transformed all of Tengu City into an RPG-like fantasy setting. Restam says, I would call you a cunt, but you lack both the warmth and depth. I keyed. Hey, Restam, how you doing? High fantasy and adventure go hand in hand, considering the high likelihood of dangerous situations, the adverse obstacles, and stories framed around accomplishing a great task. I have identified this method to be one in which I can learn the true nature of love, asserted Maria with a gripped fist. Is all of that true? It wasn't that Shido had no objection to Maria's assertion, but either way, he and his cohorts would have to answer Maria's question in order to return to their world. Shido raised both arms as if in resignation. Got it. I'll play along. So, what specifically do we need to do in order to defeat the Demon King? A satisfied grin appeared on Maria's face as Shido relented. Yes, first you must gather your allies who will travel with you. They are precious girls with whom you will experience joy and sorrow, and your bonds with them will deepen. Do not hesitate to let your love grow during your journey. When you put me on the spot like this, I can't help but feel some need to resist. Shido scratched his head with a wry smile. However, Maria seemed unfazed by this, and she dropped the chainmail and cape onto the bed. In any case, please hurry and change. I will be waiting outside, she said, before leaving the room. Left alone in his room, Shido let out a large sigh and pondered, and proceeded to put on the change of clothes Maria had left behind. Then he grumbled as he examined his hero-like attire in the mirror. It was faithfully recreated, but Shido blushed out of embarrassment. However, he saw no point in dwelling on his bizarre costume. Shido grabbed the sword resting on the wall, then followed Maria out of the house. Whoa! Shido swung the door open, marveling at the scene outside his doorstep. His awe was hardly undeserved. After all, not only had his house changed, the whole city had morphed into a realm of fantasy. The concrete streets were replaced with finely arranged cobblestone patterns. The houses transformed into castles. Pedestrians were dressed in medieval European tunics. Rather than seeing cars pass, Shido saw horse-drawn carriages, hearing hooves clapping on the cobblestone. This is amazing! Witnessing the lengths Maria had gone to reproduce this spectacle, Shido couldn't help but gasp. He cast his gaze left and right. No, don't cast the gaze! Soaking in the details, transported in from centuries ago. You are here, Shido Itsuka? Then Maria called out to Shido, who stood waiting outside of the Itsuka house. Her clothing, which had previously come off as eccentric, now fit right in with the medieval setting. Now, let us gather our allies at once. Right. So, any idea how to gather said allies? Over there, Maria said, responding as she pointed towards the building beside the Itsuka household. Standing in place of the apartments where the spirits had lived was a tall, two-story building. Shido noticed a row of large barrels lined against the outer wall. Above the entrance dangled a metal sign molded in the shape of a liquor bottle. A tavern? Yes, adventurers are known to gather at taverns. I guess that makes sense. The objection that they weren't old enough to drink nearly left his lips, but it was most likely a boorish thing to say in this setting. Shido quickly let himself be led by Maria, and they entered the tavern. Though it was still midday, the tavern was packed with lively drinkers. Shido's eyes were drawn immediately to the obvious adventurers, clad in armor and robes, unlike the commoners walking around the city. Now, for us to ask the owner to introduce us to these adventurers. Right. At the behest of Maria, Shido headed further into the tavern and stood at the front of a well-worn wooden bar counter. Then, the sleepy-headed bartender standing behind the counter turned around to face Shido and Maria. Hello, welcome. This is your first time here? Reina-san! Shido's involuntary yelp echoed above the loud chatter in the tavern. After all, standing before him was none other than Ratatosker analyst and assistant teacher to his homeroom class, Reina Murasame. On the other hand, his yelp may have been a response to the revealing blouse she was wearing, from out of which her voluptuous chest had come bursting into view. With a blush, Shido averted his gaze. It went without saying, however, that it wasn't the real Reina. Like others, she was an NPC controlled by the AI. A simulation. Maria, this is the barkeep of the tavern, Reina. She will introduce us to the rest of our adventuring party. Please, say hello. I see. Nice to meet you. As Shido bowed his head, Reina responded with a wave of her hand. Let us get right to the point, barkeep. We would like to meet some adventurers. Sure. Is there any class in particular you're interested in? Any suggestions? Maria turned to face Shido, almost on beat with the timing of Reina's question. Let me see. We have a hero and a mage, so after that, maybe we'll need a cleric who can heal, or a knight who's good at fighting? I see. Then first a cleric and a knight. Afterwards, we'll leave it to the barkeep's recommendation. Understood. Then... Reina clapped her hands together, and almost immediately a beautiful girl with long, midnight black hair and crystalline eyes appeared behind the counter. Midnight black hair? No, Toka's hair is purple, not black. Oh, Toka. Oh, Shido! Arusu! The moment Shido called out her name, Toka beamed excitedly. Toka, you, that getup. Shido raised an eyebrow while pointing at Toka's outfit. Cloaked around her body was a plush priest's robe, and she held a bishop's staff encrusted with beautiful jewels in her hand. Yes, I am apparently what's known as a cleric, cried Toka triumphantly, puffing out her chest. However, opposite to Toka's overflowing confidence, beads of sweat formed on Shido's forehead. Toka, you're a cleric? His words were delivered with no ill will, but his image of Toka was with a large sword swung with valor in the heat of battle. Is there some sort of problem? No, there isn't, but if you're a cleric, does that mean you can cast healing magic and stuff? Yes, of course, I'm a cleric after all. Really? Is it so unbelievable? Reina interrupted Shido's bewildered response while stroking her chin. It's not that I doubt you, but it doesn't really fit with my mental image of you. You know. The only way to show it is firsthand. Arusu? Yes. Nodding at Reina's prompt, Maria crouched down low all of a sudden and whacked her staff against Shido's shin with a thunderous force. Ow! Shido danced in place, clutching his shin in pain and shock. What the hell was that for? Now, Toka Yatagami. Yes, leave it to me! Toka gave a pronounced nod, then bent her knees with rolled-up sleeves and gently took Shido's hand. Toka? And do not fear, Shido. I will soothe your pain now, responded Toka. With shut eyes, she muttered an incantation, like a priestess communicating with the gods. Could it really be? Yeah! Shido conveyed this awe under his breath, until Toka took his middle finger and bent it all the way back, as if to touch it to the back of his hand. Ah! The sudden, sharp pain caused him to jump back. Toka's eyes shot open, seemingly surprised by his immediate reaction. What's the matter, Shido? Don't! What's the matter, me? What are you doing? Huh? Reina had told me that slight pain in another area works well as a distraction when your patient is hurt. So I tested the hypothesis. But then my finger will hurt, won't it? Oh! Toka gasped with concern. It seemed the thought only crossed her mind once Shido had said it. Because Toka is a dum-dum. Like one big dum-dum. Forgive me, Shido. Did it hurt? No, I'm fine. Well, at least it distracted me from the shin pain. I see. Shido attempted to mask the pain, causing Toka to relax in relief. In actuality, his shin and finger were throbbing, but bringing it up would only make matters worse. So, Reina-san, what about the night? Fighting back tears, Shido pressed the conversation forward, prompting Reina to clap her hands once more. Then, a harsh sound came from behind the counter, like the dragging of a large metallic object along the floor of the tavern. Soon, a girl with bluish-purple hair appeared in a full suit of armor, dragging a massive sword behind her. It was the pop idol, Miku Izayoi.
Hello. Thank you for summoning me. The one and only unstoppable knight, capable of mowing down her enemies in one strike. Miku Izayoi, at your service.
Miku? Are you really our knight?
Oh, darling, ready for battle?
Miku responded. She was quite out of breath and immediately plopped down on the floor, no doubt winded from dragging her sword in her heavy suit of armor. At a glance, Shido had the suspicion that she had been miscast. Hey, Maria, don't you think it would have been better to swap Toka and Miku's classes? He whispered, but Maria merely shook her head.
I see no problem. In fact, the hindrances will only make the accomplishment more meaningful once your task is completed.
But still...
More importantly, the next adventure is soon to arrive.
Practically on cue, Reina clapped her hands once more. However, 10 seconds passed, and no one appeared from behind the counter. Huh?
Wait, just a moment.
As Shido tilted his head, Reina walked further into the tavern, returning a few seconds later with a girl whose face was red with blush. She was small, equipped with a rabbit puppet on her left hand, and her tiny frame was wrapped in a thick, fibrous cloak. Yoshino?
Shido-san!
As Shido called her name, Yoshino's face blushed even harder. What's wrong?
Well, you see...
Her puppet, Yoshinon, spoke in her stead to answer Shido's question, right before it grabbed a hold of the cloak covering Yoshino and ripped it off in one smooth motion.
Yeah!
What? Suddenly, Yoshino's attire was revealed, causing Shido to gawk in surprise. After all, her costume was something of a dancer's outfit, which covered her in the same way a swimsuit would.
Good grief! Yoshino's supposed to be a dancer, but the poor girl is all embarrassed. Yoshinon?
Yelled Yoshino, who looked on the verge of tears. She reached for the cloak and hastily covered herself once more, before slumping down beside Miku. Are you okay, Yoshino?
No.
Yoshino cast her gaze downward in embarrassment. This was yet another terrible miscasting.
This is the third party member. Now the next.
Maria, however, seemed unbothered by this, and she nodded at Reina to bring forth the next adventure.
Yes.
Reina clapped her hands twice. This time, unlike Yoshino's entrance, a shadow dashed out at a tremendous speed and snuck its way to Shido's chest. Then, in the next instant, he felt something cold pressed against his throat. Wah!
Yeah. Left your guard down, huh, Mr. Hero?
Shido held his breath, watching as the determined young woman in front of him, herself dressed in a sleek, black attire, curled the corner of her lips into a smirk. It was Shido's younger sister, Kotori. Reina then spoke out with arms crossed, almost in rehearsed fashion.
Our tavern especially recommends this adventurer, the assassin Kotori. I've no doubt she'll be a dependable ally.
Assassin?
Correct.
Wow! At last, he was able to recruit one seemingly competent ally. He involuntarily raised his voice in admiration.
Of course, my skills aren't limited to killing. I'm perfectly able to perform secret missions and scout as well.
That's amazing.
When it comes to battle, I can fight at a speed untraceable to the human eye.
Really?
Then, I throw poisonous candy into my opponent's mouth.
All that skill and you use poison? Shido responded with incredulity, taking a step back to look at Kotori. Upon closer inspection, he realized the object pressed against his neck was not some type of knife, but rather a lollipop.
What? Got a problem with that?
Katori shot back, following up her indignant reply by throwing the lollipop in her mouth. Shido only scratched his cheek. Well, I just think that with a skill set like yours, wouldn't it be more efficient to use some other attack method?
Shut up! It's a matter of principle, got it?
Katori practically snorted while turning the stick of her lollipop upwards. It was then that Shido realized something. Wait, Katori, is that lollipop safe to eat?
Huh?
All of a sudden, Katori's face turned blue, and she fell to the floor with a thud, foam bubbling out of her mouth. Katori! No good! Toka! Cast a spell to neutralize the poison! Toka heeded Reina's command.
No good, Toka. Cast a spell to neutralize the poison. Yes, leave it to me!
Toka heeded Reina's command, then swung her arm around, landing a punch right to Katori's solar plexus. Katori yelled out in anguish, and an easily noticeable purple liquid was spat out of her mouth with a mixture of saliva. The poison was hidden within the lollipop as they had suspected. The color slowly returned to Katori's face. Phew, that seemed to work.
You call that a spell?
Shido couldn't help from yelling at Toka, who rested her hands on her hips with an air of self-satisfaction.
Katori is prone to clumsiness. This happens occasionally. How about we stop putting poison in the candy? Now then, about the next adventure.
Please listen to what I'm saying. Despite Shido's insistence, Reina didn't respond, forcing a large sigh out of Shido. His only hope, he believed, was that the next adventure would have enough firepower for their task. So, who's next?
The Yamai sisters.
Kaguya and Yuzuru, huh? I bet they're also in classes that don't suit them either, right? Like a scholar or a merchant.
What are you suggesting? They are specialists in aerial combat. Dragon Knights.
What? Shido's eyes grew wide at the unexpected response. Dragon Knights are, as their name suggests, knights who control dragons. They boast outstanding movement and combat capabilities, and often take the limelight within battles. Not only that, but the Yamai sisters were originally spirits who controlled the wind. They were perfectly suited. No kidding! I could get behind that!
Yes, you are free to hold high expectations. Kaguya, Yuzuru,
spoke Reina, clapping her hands. Then, a large shadow appeared from behind the counter. Oh! First, Shido noticed Yuzuru. Slim armor assembled with delicate craftsmanship adorned her body, and she clutched a sharp spear in her hand. She was dignified, as always, and one could infer by glancing her powerful combat prowess. However, Shido fell speechless, realizing the figure of the dragon atop whom Yuzuru was sitting. One could hardly fault him, for Yuzuru was riding on top of a girl with a face identical to hers, who wore a dragon onesie and stood on all fours.
Reina-san, what is that? Allow me to introduce the Dragon Knight, Yuzuru, and her dragon, Kaguya. Greetings, I look forward to working together, Hiro Shido.
Gosh darn it! The dragon responded to her rider's salutations by standing up in frustration, fed up as she threw Yuzuru off her back. However, being a dragon knight, Yuzuru lightly twisted herself, landing with poise on her toes.
Why do you get to be the dragon knight and I have to be the dragon, Yuzuru? Seems a little weird no matter how you dice it. Doubt. I fail to see why you regard it as weird. Think of yourself as my cute pet. What? Caress. There.
As if to soothe the angered Kaguya, Yuzuru patted her neck. Kaguya then let out a soft noise of content and rolled over, showing her stomach. But she soon snapped her eyes open in realization and grabbed at Yuzuru.
Oh, hey, what do you think you're doing?
Continuation. There now. Kaguya once more rolled over. One might think she quite enjoyed herself. Shido turned his gaze away from the playful pair in order to face Reina. So, who else is there? It was obvious that their group was ill-equipped to face the Demon King. At the very least, Shido could only hope for someone who was decent in battle.
Then, the next person...
At Reina's beckoning, the figure of someone else appeared behind the counter. However, this entrance was different than the others. As soon as the figure emerged, the ground shook from a thunder-like crash. What the? A girl approached Shido, the ground rumbling from each step she took. Hair that about tickled her shoulders, a face like a doll. It was Shido's classmate, Origami Tobiichi. For some reason, however, Origami was dressed in jet black robes, exuding total darkness, with horns growing out of her forehead. Even at a glance, there was no doubt as to her class. Origami, you! That outfit! The Demon King. You're the final boss? Upon hearing Origami's answer, Shido blurted out a response without hesitation. No, this is weird! Why is the Demon King in a tavern? The objective of our adventure was to defeat the Demon King, wasn't it? Calm down, Reina said, hoping to stave off Shido's confusion. Demon King or not, she is an entity separate from the enemy you must defeat. You know what happens often, where you fight a Demon King you believe to be the final boss, but the real enemy appears, forcing you to cooperate. Or it may be a case where there are several Demon Kings, and one must become your ally. That's a little meta, don't you think? There's no problem. All in the name of Shido's victory, interjected Origami, nodding as she took Shido's hand. Then Toka, watching from the sidelines, shouted, Hey! Why you do not touch Shido! Don't get in the way. There is no room for the likes of a cleric to intervene in the relationship between a hero and a Demon King. Flightless Bird! Welcome! Enjoy the RPG we got going. What are you saying? The hero and the Demon King are enemies! You understand nothing. Today's enemy is tomorrow's lover. Love can bloom from hostility. Furthermore, you are a cleric, one who is a servant of God, which means you are forbidden from taking a partner. Stay out of this. Wah! Origami's rebuttal caused Toka to become crestfallen. Shido suspected that Origami may have confused the responsibilities of a cleric and, say, a nun. But it was Origami. Surely she knew, and said so purposefully. However, as if recovering her willpower, Toka rapidly shook her head. It does not matter. Then all Shido must do is become a god! ... exclamation mark! At Toka's objection, Origami gave a rare shrug of her shoulders. I never thought I'd hear those words from your mouth. There is truth that Shido is worthy of being a god. See? If Shido becomes a god, then I could... However, there still is no place for you. YouTube isn't working? Shoot, I saw the one comment. Pausing, troubleshooting. It is working. Yeah, it's working. I have your comment, I got my comment. Anyway, hello again, Flightless Bird. Blow from the other side. Yeah, see, it came through. There we are. Nothing was wrong.
However, there still is no place for you. What? What do you mean? In the end, you're merely a servant of God. Low in rank, in comparison, I am a being opposite to God. One who eats away at and erodes Shido, who has become God. An existence capable of such a thing can really only be called a devil. I know not what you speak, but you are invoking something dangerous with those words.
Toka and Origami quarreled immediately. As usual, Shido, using this opportunity to slip out from between the two, let out a sigh as he approached the counter. So, is this everyone?
No, there is one more person.
Reina clapped her hands once more. This time a girl, wearing a humble, simple clothes, walked forward from behind the counter. At first glance, she didn't look like someone suited for combat. However, upon realizing the identity of the villager, Shido had the opposite reaction. Her black hair was tied unevenly on both sides, and her eyes were each a different color. Within her left eye was the engraved face of a clock. The girl smiled, then grasped the hem of her dress and curtsied.
Good day. I am Kurumi Tokisaki, and my occupation is villager.
You're lying! As soon as he heard Origami mention her class, Shido raised his voice once more.
Oh my, what is the matter, sir? No matter what you may think of me, I am a villager.
Only in appearance! This is going too far!
That simply isn't true. As an unimportant, adorable villager should, I shall eradicate the demons for you.
See? I knew it! A Demon King! There's a second Demon King in our party! No matter how much Shido yelled, there was nothing to be done. Thus, the hero's party who aimed to defeat the Demon King was formed. The hero, forced. The mage, the ringleader. The cleric, physical. The knight, powerless. The dancer, shy. The assassin, clumsy. The dragon knight and dragon, onesie. Demon King, for some reason here. A villager, lies. Lies, damn lies, and statistics. A total of 10 adventurers had now begun their quest. So, where is this Demon King? Asked Shido, having left the city with his allies, to Maria, who trotted beside him. Incidentally, the people surrounding Shido were Maria, Toka, and Miku. The other members had all been stuffed into the carriage that the guild had provided. Pulling the carriage was a beautiful white horse, and written in large letters on the canopy was, The Fraxinus. It was quite the display. Clearly, Maria had gone to great lengths. Apparently, only 4 people were allowed to walk on the road, including the hero, and the other members had to wait on standby within the carriage. The reason was simple, and that if there were too many people, a large amount of love-fostering events would occur, making it too difficult to collect data on all of them. Everyone was dissatisfied, but they could not rebel against Maria within the game. Reluctantly, they played rock, paper, scissors to decide who would be added to the party on a shift basis.
Yes,
responded Maria with a nod.
The Demon King's castle is located within the middle of the northern continent.
The northern continent?
Yes, this world is divided largely into 4 continents, and this is the eastern continent. First, we must travel through the south, then the west continent, and obtain an airship.
Wait, you really expect us to travel that much? How long is this supposed to take?
There is no cause for concern. Even if it is a continent, I have modeled it off of another game's map, so it is not as large as it seems.
You're really breaking my immersion with the meta commentary. Shido forced a wry smile. Then from his right spoke Toka in a lively voice.
Still, Shido, this adventure thing is quite fun. It truly excites me, you know?
She then turned her smile towards him, beaming in anticipation. Hey, don't forget, all right? We're all going to defeat the Demon King. Got it?
Well, isn't it fine? It's a lovely day for an adventure.
Miku, struggling a few paces behind the group, slumped her shoulders with a half-hearted laugh. Because of her cumbersome armor, the group suggested she swap it out for something lighter. However, her giant broadsword was still considerably heavy. They hadn't made it very far out of the city, but she was already out of breath. Still, Shido couldn't understand the reason for Toka and Miku's enthusiasm. He turned his head slowly, gazing around the lush, gorgeous rows of trees stretching past the trail. They had only departed minutes ago, yet the area surrounding their hub city was drastically different. A vast field, abundance of forest, a natural splendor rarely experienced by people like Shido, born and raised in an urban city. Well, it sure is pretty out here. Is this your doing, Maria? Asked Shido, to which she replied with a nonchalant shake of her head.
I am unsure what you mean, Shido Itsuka. This is how things have always been. Now let us defeat the Demon King in order to protect this wonderful world.
Right. Apparently, this is how things have always been. Shido contemplated this notion with a sigh and continued onward. Then, a patch of tall grass near their trail rustled, and now jumped a pair of gelatinous creatures. Oh no, it's Ditto! Nah, it's a slime. This is Dragon Quest, not Pokemon. What the?
They are slimes.
Shido readied himself, armed with Maria's calmly delivered tip. It was as Maria said. Leaping in front of Shido and his party's path were enemies, familiar to any RPG fanatic. Amoeba-like slimes. Their translucent bodies squirmed, quietly watching Shido's movements. Everyone, watch out! Here they come! Yelled Shido, his blade hissing as he unsheathed his sword. In response, Toka, Miku, and Maria got into defensive stances. As Miku reached for her sword, however, she lost her balance and tumbled forward. Ouch! Miku, be careful! Shido couldn't help himself from crying out in concern. It was to be expected, for Miku had dived face first, landing in between the two slimes. Ugh. Toka quickly reacted by dashing over to Miku, but it was too late. Expanding their gelatinous bodies, the slimes engulfed Toka and Miku, enveloping them in sticky, wet goo.
Why you... Kya!
Toka! Miku! Despite being trapped inside the slimes, however.
Huh? Oh dear, they're so sticky.
Toka looked puzzled, tilting her head curiously. Miku was similarly bemused, with a furrowed brow. It seemed neither of them had taken any damage. You two alright?
Yes, I am slightly disgusted, but I feel fine. Yes, doesn't hurt at all.
Toka and Miku responded, as if nothing was amiss. As Shido raised his eyebrows, Maria wandered over to explain.
Slimes are monsters that appear at the beginning of an adventure, after all. They do not have much attack power.
I see. Don't scare me like that.
However...
Shido paused to listen to Maria's caveat, when in that moment, Miku and Toka's screams echoed behind them.
What's going on? Kya! Kya!
What's wrong, you Shido cut his question short, and his eyes turned into dots. It all suddenly became clear. He watched as the girls' outfits dissolved within the slimes, producing a fizzing sound as their attire melted inch by inch.
That's... Slimes do not inflict much damage, but they can melt your armor. I believe this is standard for fantasy tropes.
Hooray for clothing damage! My favorite mechanic in RPGs. There we are. Wait, Maria, you're... shouted Shido, panicking as the slimes covered Maria as well, and had begun to dissolve her robe. However, although she was nearly exposed, Maria seemed unfazed, calmly exhaling before reassuring Shido.
There is no problem. I am a mage, so whether or not I have clothes has no effect on my defense.
She replied. No, that's not what I'm worried about. Shido hurriedly grabbed a hold of Maria and he yanked her out of the slime. The mucus-like creature staggered, shuffling away to flee. Toka and Miku noticed the scurrying slimes and flailed around to free themselves. This, however, was only a temporary reprieve. The slimes bunched together, joining their bodies to mold into one gigantic slime. Making matters worse, another mob of slimes leapt out of the grass, forming a circle around Shido and Maria. What? Shido's voice trembled in terror as the giant slime enlarged itself in a display of power, sluggishly gliding towards Toka and the others. Right in the nick of time, Toka wrapped her arm with Miku's and jumped out of the way. They narrowly escaped the giant slime, which smushed itself where they stood 1 second earlier. Toka and the others were already half naked. If they had taken the slime's attack, their clothing would have been completely dissolved. However, defeating the slime with only a cleric and a powerless knight was proving to be a fierce challenge. With Shido and Maria surrounded by slimes, there was no time to switch with members in the carriage. Then, a spark of inspiration came to Shido. He barked out, Toka, use the most powerful recovery spell you know on that slime.
Huh? But if I do, it will heal the slime.
It's fine, just hurry, trust me.
I understand.
Toka nodded, lowering Miku beside her, before spinning around to face the giant slime. Then she swung her right hand with all her might, thrusting her fist into the center of the slime.
Toria!
A huge splat noise was heard, and the giant slime burst apart, fragments of jelly-like substance flying into the air. The fragments writhed on the ground for a moment, before disappearing, as if they were sucked into the ground. The slimes surrounding Maria and Shido revealed themselves to be self-aware, if not sentient, as they fled into the grass after Toka's forceful strike. All right! It was just as he had predicted. Shido pumped his fist.
Oh!
Toka stared momentarily at her right hand, then let her eyes to where she struck the slime, widening them in surprise.
Recovery magic makes slime scatter? Is that its weakness?
Yeah, actually, not just slimes either. Lots of monsters are weak to your healing spells, so try them more often.
Yes, I shall!
Proclaimed Toka with a carefree smile. Shido made a mental note to himself to never get injured, so that he'd never have to feel the effects of Toka's healing spell again. From there, over the course of 10 hours, Shido's group traversed through the continents. Despite the obvious mismatch of the party members' classes, they made do as each girl had retained her respective skill set from the real world, ensuring their struggles in battle became few and far between. All things considered, it came as no surprise. Excluding Shido, the other 9 members were either spirits or a wizard. In a normal RPG, party members accumulate throughout the progression of the story. In these circumstances, however, beginning-level monsters stood no chance against a full party. It was practically like cheating. In fact, the real challenge presented itself in the subquests that occurred in the towns and small dungeons. In one particular instance, a dance tournament was held to decide who would become the Shrine Maiden. However, Yoshino was so flustered from the thought of performing in front of a crowd that the group had some of the audience members blindfolded or put to sleep with the help of a special herb. Incidentally, the biggest challenge came when the Yamai sisters became addicted to gambling in a casino built in one of the continent's major cities. It wasn't long before they had gambled all of the party's funds in one particular bet. If the party hadn't put a stop to the Yamai sisters' addiction, it was likely that Shido and the others would be working in menial labor positions in that very casino right now. In any case, having made it through many trials, Shido and the others finally reached their objective, the middle of the northern continent, the Demon King's castle. Gazing up at the enormous door towering in the castle's wide, gloomy hallway, Shido swallowed an audible gulp. We've finally made it. The party stood in a line in front of the door, nodding back at Shido.
Yes, well done,
said Maria.
Yes, if we defeat the Demon King, then peace should return to this world,
predicted Toka.
Hee. Voices echo well here, don't they? Don't they?
Asked Miku.
I'll do my best,
uttered Yoshino, albeit reluctantly. Katori was less than enthused, saying,
Let's just hurry and get this over with. I want to sleep in my own bed. It's been too long. The king of everlasting darkness, is it? I'll show you just what the dragon can do, cried Kaguya. Agreement. My party is the strongest,
her sister Yuzuru added. Yurong says I'm blaming this stream for the illiteracy rates. Joking. Hey, Stabity. Hey, Yurong. Welcome.
It has already been decided that the ending will be a wedding between me and Shido,
Origami murmured.
This Demon King, I wonder if he's delicious,
pondered Kurumi. Shido made note of what he perceived to be a misplaced excitement within his party, but he decided not to be bothered by it. Because the carriage couldn't fit into the castle, he was permitted to have his entire party with him. Entire party join him. With a giant party of 10, the group had no trouble navigating the Demon King's castle, the supposed final dungeon, making their way to the set of doors behind which the Demon King was presumably waiting. Alright then, I'm gonna open it. Everyone nodded once more at Shido, filling into a line behind him. Shido drew in a thin breath and placed the key he had just obtained into the double door's keyhole, turning it with a loud clack. In that instant, the doors wriggled with a rumbling noise, and opened to either side. On the other side was a vast, dark expanse. The room's construction resembled an audience chamber. Illumination with ominous designs covered the walls, and in the middle of the room sat a single throne. Sitting atop it was a monster wrapped in a jet-black cloak. It was human-like, but its face was akin to a knight's helmet, with horns of various size growing from it, casting a grotesque, distorted shadow. You've done well to make it here, heroes. The Demon King's low bellow echoed throughout the chamber's walls, and the cadence of his speech was similar to Kaguya's. Never did I expect you to penetrate my castle, which is guarded by my most elite of demons. Your powers are wasted on humans like you, spoke the Demon King, chuckling quietly to himself, though little did he know that the majority of their party were spirits. I've taken quite a liking to you. What do you say? Will you join me? If so, I will grant you dominion over a third of this world. ... Shido hadn't traveled all this way to become a peon to the Demon King. Sure, who could resist 1/3 of a continent? But Shido dismissed the temptation. Either way, Shido decided there was no way he would accept the offer. Instead, he pointed the sharp, legendary blade in his hand towards the menacing Demon King. It was a weapon reserved only for the hero, obtained on his journey. It was rumored that the Demon King cannot be conquered without it. I refuse! You're going down, Demon King. How foolish, yelled the Demon King, hopping to his feet and throwing back his cloak. Very well. Allow me to show you the full power of the King of Demons. Now, to battle! Soon after, delivering his rallying cry. Run! The spirits waiting behind Shido lunged forward to assault the Demon King from all directions. The Demon King was confused, his only response a solitary, "Huh?" But it was too late. The Demon King's legs were swept by the villager, his body struck by the cleric's strongest healing magic. Both attacks were boosted by the knight's rousing song, leaving him vulnerable to a coordinated attack from both the Dragon Knight and her adorable dragon. Staggering backwards, the Demon King was viciously attacked by the other Demon King, leaving him slack-jawed and creating an opening for the assassin to toss her poisonous lollipop into his mouth. As its bittersweet taste hit his tongue, he fell flat on his face. After slamming against the floor, he felt the dancer's soft puppet hand pat the back of his head. The Demon King twitched, then moved no more. The spirits all let out a triumphant cry. Oh, we done it, Shido! My, I expected more for him. He had no right to call himself a Demon King. As suspected, I am the only Demon King worthy of Shido. Sweat dripped down Shido's forehead as he scratched his cheek with one hand, while the other clutched the hilt of his legendary sword. He almost felt pity for the Demon King, being so badly outnumbered. Still, his quest was now complete. He cleared his throat and turned to face Maria. We beat the Demon King, so now what? He asked. ... It was not the answer he was anticipating, as Maria looked somewhat dissatisfied. What's wrong, Maria? Nothing. I merely hadn't gotten the result I hoped for. Oh! He suddenly recalled the objective of his adventure, which was to discover the correlation between love and dangerous circumstances. But because their party was more than well equipped, no real danger emerged during their quest. They encountered mishaps here and there, but nothing out of the ordinary. Well, it happens. We can try again tomorrow. You are right. There should be a treasure chest behind the throne. If we return the Jewel of Light inside that chest to the king, it will clear the game. Gotcha. Everyone, behind the... Then, Shido paused himself mid-sentence. The reason was simple. The Demon King, who moments ago appeared to have been felled, suddenly stood up. Everyone, get back! Having an abrupt sense of unease, Shido yelled out. It seemed everyone else had caught on to the unease, and they all sprinted away from the Demon King. At that moment, the Demon King's body wavered back and forth. Then he slowly grew in mass, transforming into a hideous, outlandish monster. Large, ragged wings and a tail sprouted out of his enormous body. His mouth grew sharp, jagged teeth. Looking at his shadow alone, one might have confused him for a dragon, much like Kaguya's onesie. However, eyes appeared all over his body. It's a biblically accurate dragon. And his skin resembled exposed muscle and sinew, culminating in a fearsome impression of a terrible beast. What the hell is that? Shido let out a groan. The Demon King having a second form wasn't totally unexpected, but there was something more to it. Its design, in his mind, deviated from all the other monster designs they encountered prior to this battle. This iteration was more like a zombie from an FPS game, rather than the final boss from a fantasy RPG. The equivalent of changing the Sarah rating from A to Z. In the next moment, the Demon King turned his body and whipped his tail out sharply. Wah! The tail targeted Toka and Katori, who were slammed against the wall. The force of the blow caused the wall to crack, causing rock fragments to crumble on their foreheads. Next, the Demon King opened his large mouth, unleashing a hellish inferno with his breath. The Yamai sisters were able to dodge the flame at the last second, saving them from being charred to a crisp. Hey, this is no joke! Nothing they faced prepared them for this. The beast displayed a clear intent to kill them, demonstrating that it was well up to the task with its dangerous attacks. The party was at the mercy of their first real task, the one that threatened to wipe them from existing. Maria, aren't you overdoing it? I did not arrange this event. What? Cried Shido in panic. I will investigate. Please wait a moment. Maria closed her eyes and stood still, as if in meditation. It would have been farcical to think the Demon King would offer her the courtesy of waiting until she was done. He had noticed Maria's strange movement, then curved his neck to draw in a deep breath. ... exclamation mark! When the beast held its breath, a pin could be heard. It dug its feet into the ground, readying itself to unleash another wave of inferno. Shido was in wide-eyed panic. As he predicted, the Demon King opened its maw and exhaled the breath of flame at Maria. Maria! Shido yelped. He sprinted towards her without a moment to think. Maria, her eyes clasped shut, felt as though her body was floating in the air. In the moment, she couldn't understand what had happened, but she soon realized that Shido had grabbed her, carrying her to jump out of the path of the raging flame. If Shido hadn't saved her, she would have been engulfed, reduced to smolder atop the rubble that blackened in the wake of the fire. Normally, no harm could be done to Maria in this game. The Demon King, however, was an irregularity, its purpose and origins unknown. It could have been a bug, or... Shido? The realization came to Maria, whose voice cracked in the dim chamber. It was because she had noticed another irregularity in Shido, who had gone out of his way to save her. Shido's selflessness was not without its risk, however, for the flame caught his cloak as he shielded Maria from the blaze, burning through it completely until Shido's back had become scorched. Kill the spammer, kill the spammer, kill the spammer, do-do-do. When Maria realized this, she was assaulted by a tender ache in the heart she thought she didn't have. It was an unknown feeling. Shido was injured for her sake. Though she herself had been saved from the blast, she felt a sensation over her body, akin to a striking pain. Hey there. You alright, Maria? I am fine, but you... Well, this always happens, Shido replied. He flashed a wide grin, sweat forming on his brow. Seeing his face made Maria's heart throb, or as close to it as she could imagine. She was perplexed, taken by a feeling that was both scintillating and painful, impossible for her to describe. Then, ha! Piercing through Maria's confusion was Toka's shrill scream. She had performed another healing spell on the Demon King, a sharp right hook that connected with the beast's abdomen, that twisted him in convincing agony. The other spirits followed suit and began attacking the Demon King again from all directions. With a new form came a heightened defense, meaning the beast would not be felled again so easily. However, the whirlwind of attacks overwhelmed the Demon King, distracting him from Maria. Her head shook slightly as she detached herself from the unknown feeling and let out a deep exhale. All of a sudden, the Demon King's body radiated a faint glow, and his movement slowed. Maria, are you... Usually this would be enough to stop him, but for now, this is all I can do. However... Yeah, leave it to me, Shido said, nodding in understanding. He stood tall and noticed the searing burn on his back, and had suddenly healed. It seemed that Maria hadn't tampered with the game's data, but rather she reproduced a power which Shido had demonstrated in the real world. Then, Shido slowly raised his sword, legendary blade programmed so that only the hero could wield it. A sacred instrument, of which only one exists, endowed with the power of light to slay the Demon King. In the end, I guess the hero really does need to be the one to beat the Demon King. Sorry, big boss. I should have been the one to deal the final blow to you, declared Shido. He dashed straight towards the Demon King, left vulnerable from the party's onslaught. Then he soared into the air, swinging his sword in a crescent shape motion, with a battle cry before diving its blade into the Demon King's forehead. After a long, blaring howl, the Demon King's body dropped to the ground. The room went silent, and soon his body disintegrated into specks of light, floating in dissolution into the air.
Oh, you did it, Shido!
Well, I suppose I can give you a passing grade.
Compliment, you did wonderfully.
Yeah, thanks to everyone here. Appreciate it. Shido flustered with a smile, sheathing his sword before walking over to Maria. He extended his hand towards her, for she still laid on the floor. Thank you, Maria. Here, can you stand? ... Exclamation! She jumped in surprise, realizing that she laid in a stupor, until Shido had called out to her. Maria?
Nothing, thank you.
Maria feigned calm, took Shido's hand, and stood back up. The Demon King's castle, situated in the middle of the northern continent. On top of the tower located in its center, a girl was dancing. Her long silver hair, streaked with shades of black, danced in the wind as she twirled atop the tower's roof.
It looks like they safely defeated the Demon King. Now then, were you able to learn what love is from this adventure?
The girl asked. Her lips twitched upwards into a smile. She skipped over to the edge of the tower, glaring at the castle grounds sprawled out beneath her. Spotting the hero and his group below her. Below, her eyes twinkled, noticing the jewel of light they obtained for conquering the Demon King. The girl had made alterations to the program throughout their adventure, such as removing the limiters on the Demon King. But, as she expected, fiddling with the data could only get one so far.
Well, I suppose that was good enough. Your adventure entertained me enough, even if I watched from afar.
She smirked, continuing.
That feeling blooming inside your heart, learning what it means, may take longer than you think.
Saying this, the girl, Arusu, kicked the floor and vanished into thin air. It was the next day, when everyone awoke. The fantastical world had been reverted back to its original Tengu city. During the eve of that magnificent victory, the hero and company triumphantly returned from their battle against the Demon King, and partook in a great feast in the king's castle. They danced and drank, juice of course, until nearly dawn, wherein they fell asleep in the main hall. Their armor had transformed into pajamas, and the king's resplendent castle had transformed as they slept. In the morning, everyone who had joined in the adventure was gathered in the Itsuka living room, chattering excitedly about the previous day's events. Boy, what an adventure. Why don't we do it again sometime, Arusu?
Yes, it was even more exciting than I dreamt it'd be. Oh, but if we do it again, please make sure my class is songstress. For me, something with a robe. A mage would be nice. Next time, I will be the Dragon Knight, and then I will make Yuzuru my dragon and ride her. Consideration. A fun possibility, though you may fall off me, Kaguya.
I'll pass. More importantly, we have to hurry and search for a way to get back to the real world. It's fine, is it not? Rushing will get you nowhere, you know.
If we're doing it again, my desired class is Shido's wife.
Excitement was in the air as they recounted tales with one another. They had, it seemed, even more fun than they thought they would. However, Maria sat quietly, pursing her lips in serious contemplation. What's wrong, Maria? Are you still concerned about the Demon King? Everyone was safe, so it's fine, isn't it?
No, that does not concern me. The problem is, I still have no understanding of what love is. I thought this experience would yield a large amount of data. But alas.
Ah! Ha ha ha! Laughed Shido, smiling wryly at Maria. Then, having heard her words, Origami's eyebrows twitched.
About that, I have a thought.
A thought? Maria tilted her head. Origami gave a small nod, then continued.
In order to know what love is, you tried investigating the process through which it forms. I can think of one method worth testing.
Let us hear it.
Within psychiatric terminology, there is something called Stockholm Syndrome.
Stop! Stop right there, Origami! Shido interrupted Origami with the velocity of an arrow. But it was too late. Maria had already begun researching the term.
Stockholm Syndrome. From what I gather, it is when a victim spends a long time with a perpetrator and displays an excess of sympathy or emotions which are close to a deep affection. I see. Finding love in targets of terror. This is an interesting case. There seems to be worth in testing it.
Wait, what are you planning?
Nothing difficult. First, I will assign everyone roles in a criminal organization. After committing an atrocious crime, then Shido Itsuka will serve as their hostage.
I want nothing to do with it! Shido's panic cry echoed through the digital realm. End. Boom. There we are. That is the last bit of Data Live Arusu Install that we had to do. Thank you everyone for hanging out with us. Please like, follow, subscribe. Check me out on Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, and Kick. Free money in the description as always, and I'll see you guys in the next part. Bye-bye. There we are. Oh, anyway. I will be right back. It is a little bit later. I'm gonna go run around, open all the windows in my house, let things cool off from the summer heat. And then we can get started on the final game in this series, Rio Reincarnation, or in this 3-in-1 trilogy. Alright, I will see you guys shortly. Give me a second, and we'll get going into the next game. Close the blinds and let's hop to it. Here. Hello and welcome to the first episode of Rio Reincarnation. Yeah, we finally did it. We're done with Rene Utopia. We're done with Arusu Install. It's on to Rio Reincarnation. This is by far the shortest of the ones, and we can just kind of examine this by, say, looking at the memories. There's 205 memories in Rene Utopia. 194 in Arusu Install. You can say that each memory is roughly one scene. I mean, it's not exactly that, but it's close enough. And in Rio Reincarnation, there are 37. So yeah, this is stupidly small. Anyway, before we can start Rio Reincarnation, there is a digest that we need to watch through because it won't let us hit new game. Yep, it's blocked. So let's watch the digest. Not much comments here, but I think it's just a summary of what happened in the first two seasons of the game, of the anime that brought us to this point in the game. Spring. It's April, and the new school year has begun. Although I was an ordinary student, I, Shida Itsuko, felt my life change drastically. I encountered an unknown phenomenon known as spacequakes. At the center of it, I encountered an extremely gorgeous girl. Our first time meeting was, for lack of a better word, intense. It was also the first time I looked death in the eye. That's when I realized that spacequakes were caused by girls with supernatural powers called spirits. Ratatosker was an organization that sought to protect the spirits. They briefed me on the situation and told me all about the dates. Toka, what do you think? She had claimed not to have a name, so I decided to call her Toka. Thus, Toka and I began our typical, but odd, relationship. That all became complicated when Origami Tobiichi, a classmate of mine affiliated with the AST, or the Anti-Spirit Troop, accidentally shot me. Toka, enraged from seeing me get hurt, tried to kill Origami. However, I managed to emerge unscathed and return to Toka. Toka, let's, kiss! After kissing Toka, her powers were sealed. By kissing the spirits, I could prevent the spacequakes from happening. Yeah, anytime you want. That's how my first interaction with a spirit went. Toka and I took our first steps together, towards a future for both humans and spirits. After a while, the second spirit appeared. Her name was Yoshino. Is this yours? She shivered like a lost puppy when I handed her puppet to her. Something happened. Instead of shaking from fear, the girl raised her voice in jubilation, using ventriloquism to make the puppet talk. Its name was Yoshinon, a personality through which Yoshino spoke when her shyness stopped her from using her own voice. Immediately after I met Yoshino, the AST attacked, blasting Yoshinon away. In order to help Yoshino, I looked for Yoshinon, discovered Origami had taken possession of it. I got it back, but the AST captured Yoshino. I made a vow. I promised her I'd be her hero. I said I would save her, but I can't do this alone. Toka, please, lend me your hand. When the AST attacked, Yoshino created a huge blizzard. With Toka's help, we were able to charge in and save her. As promised, I'm back to save you! We risked our lives to break into the dome in order to find Yoshino. She cried from relief, and I did what needed to be done to save her. And so, I had successfully rescued 2 spirits. However, it wasn't that easy. That was most apparent when I met the 3rd spirit, Kurumi Tokisaki.
Tokisaki Kurumi と申しますわ。私、精霊ですのよ。
Her introduction was the most shocking, as she transferred to my school, but she chose me to give her a tour of the school and the city. While on our date, I witnessed something shocking. I saw Kurumi kill someone. Kurumi, what did you...
何かを殺そうというのに、自分は殺される覚悟がないだなんておかしいと思いませんこと？
I felt pure fear. A world-ending calamity. Mankind's worst nightmare. The spirit. I understood what true fear was.
無事ですか、兄様。
Huh? Mana? As Kurumi prepared to attack me, a girl named Mana Takamiya, one who called me her real brother, came to my rescue.
マナさんとシドウさんはご兄弟でいらっしゃいますの？は、貴様には関係ねえです。とっととくたばりやがってください。ナイトメア。
It was a nightmare, an undying spirit who terrorized various towns. Mana had come to Tengu City to kill it, and attacked Kurumi too.
だから、シド、お願いだ。くるみのことをもう一度だけ見てやってくれ。くるみにもう人を殺させないでくれ。これ以上心をすり減らさせないでくれ。
Thanks, Toka. Seeing people die actually made me question if I was doing the right thing. But Toka's encouragement motivated me to save Kurumi. The next day, I vowed to Kurumi that I would save her soul. What, are you going to tell her to find Jesus? However, Kurumi killed the version of herself who believed me, and attacked me.
さあ、もう二度と私をたべらかせないよう絶望を刻み込んで差し上げますわ。少しの間、返してもらうわよ、シド。
When I thought it was over, my sister, Katori, appeared. She used her flame powers to make Kurumi's clone retreat, but we didn't seal her. Katori told me about the tragedy from 5 years ago,
how she became a spirit, and my recovery power was thanks to Kotori's spirit power. However, the sacrifice was enormous. In order to stop Kotori from possibly going berserk, I had to go on a date with her. Except there was one problem: Origami. 5 years ago, spirits had killed Origami's parents, and the flame spirit who appeared was Kotori.
ずっと探してきた。ずっと探し続けてきた。やっと見つけた。ようやく見つけた。殺す。絶対に殺す。私がこの手で。私の5年間はこのためだけにあった。
No, but I can't believe she... Origami had sworn revenge, and she watched footage of Kotori and Kurumi fighting. She realized that Kotori was the flame spirit, and attacked her. No! You can't kill! If you do that, you'll never come back! I can't see you that way!
それでも構わない。私の手でイフリートを撃てるなら。
With the help of Toka and Yoshino, I helped Kotori escape and decided to seal her powers. Then, Origami's hate would be directed at me. Kotori, do you love me?
もう好き。私も大好きよ。お兄ちゃん大好き。世界で一番愛してる。
And so, I sealed Kotori's powers and faced Origami once again. By telling her of my feelings, I was able to convince her. Kotori and I remembered our memories that had been sealed for 5 years. The phantom that had turned Kotori into a spirit. Those memories. Then, that long summer where I was taken by the good old days.
シドもおはよう。待ってたんだよ、ずっと。
I can see the new landmark in Tengu City, Neo Tengu Tower, and Rinne Sonogami, my childhood friend who supposedly grew up next to me. So yeah, we finished anime season 1, and now we're into Rinne Utopia.
もしシドが私を求めるのなら、私はそのすべてに応じるよ。恋人になって、キスをして、交わって、結婚をして、シドが望むだけ子供を産んで、一緒に置いていくつもり。でも、もしシドが他の人を選んだとしても、私は構わないの。
And yeah, Rinne created a time warp, a little universe bubble, specifically just to be our perfect waifu.
もちろん、誰も選ばなくても構わない。逆に、全員を手に入れたいっていうなら、それも応援するよ。シドが幸せなら、私は何でもしてあげる。シドが望むなら、私が何でも叶えてあげる。
That is a lie. You do not have a harem option.
私は、シドの幼馴染でも、恋人でも、妻でも、妹でも姉でも、母でも娘でも、上司でも部下でも、敵でも仇でも他人でも構わないの。シドが幸せなら、それで。
Rinne always encouraged me, always helping me take steps forward. I didn't realize it then, how Rinne's heart began to wither. A world caught in a cycle. Eden. Ruler governed over this world, but I didn't realize that Rinne was ruler all along. While I spent my days with Toka and the others, something felt off. Toka, Origami, Yoshino, Kurumi, and Kotori. But this world reached its limit eventually. Rinne watched the cycle repeat itself, and soon Eden began to reveal its abnormalities. Finally, I was able to talk to Ruler directly.
人は幸福を求めるもの。人は過ちを嫌うもの。それが全て叶うというのに、あなたはそれを否定するというの？
If what I liked came true the way I wanted, I'm sure it would be great. But an inhuman happiness given to me by an unknown entity? Even the small happiness of having earned it myself wouldn't reach. I won't accept that this is paradise. I denied the existence of this world. Ruler's shock was enough to destabilize Eden.
終わりの時は迫っている。もう一度、よく考えて。それでもあなたが、この世界を否定するというなら、私を殺しにいらっしゃい。
When Ruler disappeared, I chased after her. With everyone's help, I made it to Neo Tengu Tower, the barrier's epicenter.
さあ、どこからでもかかってきなさい。ここから先は一歩たりとも通さん。
Toka and the girls handled the guardians, and I ascended the tower, alone. At the top of the spiral staircase, there she stood.
やっぱりか。来ちゃったんだね、シド。
Rine, does this mean I was right?
気づいてたんだね。全部シドの考えている通りだよ。ルーラーは私。
The future I want doesn't exist, Rine said. Despite my best efforts, Rine activated Paradise Lost, Eden's true form. I was once again engulfed by its power, the dream world. I remembered my true purpose, and was able to escape from the dream. Let's go home together, Rine. We're going back to our normal lives, starting over from scratch. We don't need Eden. Don't worry about failure. I'm here. Everyone's here. You can find happiness on your own. Rine was taken by Eden's core and entered sleep. Maybe it was my desperate cry that separated Rine from the core. When Rine lost control, Eden went berserk. We returned to our daily lives. However, Rine asked for herself to be sealed. Okay, got it. That's how we'll make it home. You're coming too, right?
それがきっとみんなで一緒にいられる唯一の答え。
Our lips touched for a split second, but Rine's body slowly disintegrated into light particles. Rine, your body, what's happening?
本当はね、私だけは一緒に帰れないんだ。
What do you mean? But didn't you say...
こうしているとね、シドと過ごした日々がとても愛おしく感じるの。だから思うの。私の楽園は間違っていたかもしれないけど、シドといられる日々は偽りなく本当に幸せだったって。私ずっとね、好きだったよ、シドのこと。
With those final, cruel words, Rine Sonogami vanished from this world. And I was rescued from Neo Tengu Tower by the Fraxinus, where Reina-san told me the truth.
まず最初に言っておくが、ルーラーは精霊とは似て非なる存在だったようだ。
She wasn't a spirit? Reina-san told me everything. Rinne was the bodiless remains of a powerful spirit, but once sealed, she loses her vessel and cannot exist.
そうだ。ルーラーその神リンネは君を守るため、そのためだけにこの世界を作ったんだ。
Eden wasn't here to trap me. It was made to protect me. I knew absolutely nothing, and I went and to Rinne. I
お願いだ、シン。その神リンネはただ君を救おうとしただけだった。それに報いようとするのならお願いだ。後悔。
Yes. Then Reina-san handed me a small bag. She told me she didn't know what was inside. Even without looking, I had a feeling. Reina-san understood, leaving to check on Kotori to give me privacy. Eden was about to disappear, so I wanted to take it in. Upon opening the bag, I found a spare key inside, proof that Rinne was my childhood friend. Didn't you promise you'd take care of it, Rinne? Then take responsibility. Take it with you. Otherwise, I'll end up realizing how I won't have you to wake me in the morning, or ask me how your food tastes. Then I'll no longer see your smile. Why? You said we'd be childhood friends forever. That you wanted to be together. Rinne! This fake world was disappearing, along with the memories we made inside of it. The days spent with Rinne. She wanted to save me. The world turned white. Everything rewound. Back to before I met Rinne, leaving an incredible power inside of me. Finals were over, and it was just before summer break. I was on my way to a school retreat with Toka and the girls. However, our trip quickly took a turn thanks to the Deus Ex Machina, aka DEM Company, technically DEM Industries, but whatever, an organization who's after the spirits. When we arrived to Arubi Island, I encountered the twin spirits, the Yamai sisters who could manipulate the wind.
ほざきおるわ。いい加減真なる病にふさわしき精霊は我と認めたらどうだ。否定。生き残るのはゆずるです。かぐやに病の名はふさわしくありません。
The two were competing to be the best Yamai with their charm. Only one problem. I was made the judge, so whoever wooed me was the winner.
シド、あんた明日ゆずるを選んでよ。聖願、シド、この勝負ぜひかぐやを選んでください。
Deep down, each of them cared for the other. I stressed about the dilemma, so I decided to consult with Toka.
ふざけるな！
However, even as the two tried currying my favor, my message got through to them. They ended up battling until the very end. Toka and I tried to stop them, but a wizard working under DEM, Ellen Mira Mathers, arrived to snatch Toka away with the Bandersnatch doll. Toka! When Toka was in danger, a shining sword appeared. It was Toka's angel, Sandalphon, but she wasn't able to wield it. Thanks to the Fraxinus's attack on DEM's battleship, the Bandersnatch began to malfunction, allowing Toka and I to get to the Yamai sisters. Please, stop fighting! Toka pushed me, and I put a stop to their battle with Sandalphon. I cried out to them both. I choose Both of you! Please, trust me, just once. Give me a chance to save the both of you.
私死にたくない生きていたいもっとゆずると一緒にいたいおっとゆずるもです消えたくありませんかぐやと生きていたいです
Kaguya and Yuzuru made up, and I sealed their spirit powers. We gained a pair of new friends who could now attend school with us. By the time of the Tenno Festival, I met my sixth spirit.
なんでしがみついてるんですかなんで落ちてないんですかなんで死んでないんですか可及的速やかにこのステージからこの世界からこの確定時空から消え去ってくださいよ
The sixth spirit, Miku Izayoi, was just like Kotori, a former human. She hated men. As a countermeasure, Kotori had a plan.
グッドラックお姉ちゃん
It involved me dressing as a girl.
だから勝負をしましょうよそうですねせっかくです今度の天王祭1日目でライゼンが最優秀賞を取ったら私の霊力を封印させてあげるというのはどうです
It didn't include what the, loss was. Miku wasn't concerned about others unless it worked in her favor. She challenged me at the Tenno Festival, and I accepted. On the day of the festival, there was a big stage. Miku put on a dazzling performance, and then it was my turn. However, due to an unexpected accident, we were missing a bandmate. We invited the Yamai sisters to join our band. Toka's voice won us many fans, but we got second place. Miku won, or so we thought.
やめてよ私は勝ったもんちゃんと勝ったもんあの子たちがちゃんとしてないから
Miku's onstage victory was obvious. However, for the mock store portion, Ryzen took the win. That put us ahead overall.
仲間絆教えてあげますそんなもの私の前では無意味だって
Miku was unsatisfied with the result and activated her angel, Gabriel. Not only did she manage to brainwash the Yamai sisters, but also Yoshino, Kotori, and many civilians who heard her voice through the speaker. Just then, Ellen intervened, once again to capture me and Toka. Toka allowed me to escape, but was captured by DEM. Damn it! This isn't the time for this! With my friends brainwashed and Toka taken by DEM, I couldn't do anything to fight back. But once again, she came to save the day.
ずいぶんと暗い顔をしていらっしゃいますのねお困りの様子ではありませんのねえ指導さん少しお話をしませんこと
Kurumi... Tokisaki? She was in a desperate situation. And there stood the only spirit I couldn't seal. Kurumi. Kurumi said she'd lend me a hand to fulfill her goal. So we formed a temporary truce and headed to Miku to save Toka. I see. Let's make a deal. Instead of me selling your powers, I can change them to something else. But you have to listen to me.
何言ってるんですかそんなの結局何も変わらないじゃ
I want you to help me save Toka. With the help of Kurumi's power, I learned about Miku's past and how to communicate with her. I told her we needed to save Toka. We had no choice but to leave Miku behind. Thanks to Kurumi's clone, we learned where Toka was being kept. DEM Company's Japan branch. The first location. That was our destination.
さあ、私たちの
That's right.
デートを始めましょう。
Let's start our date. Kurumi told me she had another mission, so we parted ways. Mana claimed to leave DEM, and Kotori, freed from Miku's control, helped me save Toka.
情けないですね。ガブリエル、ソロ。
As I headed to Toka, I felt ready to faint, but it was Miku who saved me. But, Miku, you remembered your promise?
勘違いしないでもらえます？私、どこかの不愉快な自殺志願者が勝手にペラペラ垂れ流していた妄言にも満たない聞き苦しい規制なんて、これっぽっちも気にしてませんし、ここに来たのはもう一人の精霊さんを私のコレクションに加えようと思ったからですし。
Yes, Miku and us have a lot in common. We both collect spirits into our harem. And ultimately, we decided that it'd be best to join forces. Thanks. Miku then told me herself about her past. She suffered a trauma as an idol that made her lose her voice. She was so confused. Spirit powers don't matter. Even if you lose your voice, that doesn't mean you're worthless.
そんな言葉信じないんですから。そう言っていたファンはみんな私のこと信じてくれなかった。私が辛い時、誰も手を差し伸べてくれなかった。
I don't agree. I'm sure there are fans who believe in you and are waiting for you. But if what you said was true, I'll be there for you. As I made this vow to Miku, we reached the final door. Beyond it was Toka. I am Shido Itsuka. I've come to save Toka. Let go of her immediately. My name is Inigo Montoya. My name is Shido Itsuka. You steal my girlfriend. Prepare to die. I barged in, but Ellen launched an attack at me that hurt me pretty badly. Ah!
やめろ、やめろ、やめてくれ。それだけは、指導だけは。私はどうなっても構わない。何だってする。何でも言うことを聞く。だから、指導を私から奪わないでくれ。
My life was at risk, and Toka fell into despair, which led to the worst-case scenario, Sephira's inverse. DEM realized they couldn't take down Toka and retreated. In order to get Toka back to normal, Miku and I fought her. But we were powerless against Toka's attacks. As she struck Miku, I panicked, and I felt energy surge in my left hand. I promised. I used Zadkiel's power to protect Miku, and when Miku's brainwash abilities wore off, Yoshino and the Yamai sisters came as backup. Yo, Toka! I've come to save you! I descended to where Toka was, and planted a soft kiss on her lips. I felt a sense of deja vu. When our lips parted, Toka returned to normal. Welcome back, Toka.
ただいまだ。指導。
And so, we were able to rescue Toka without losing anyone. As for Miku...
来てくれたんですね、ダーリン。
We charmed her sexuality around. Darling? She totally changed. I was so surprised when Miku kissed me gently.
たとえこの声を失っても、みんなが私の歌を聴いてくれなくなっても、 あなたがいるならそれでいい。もしその時はあなたのためだけに歌ってあげます。
Miku made this promise and smiled from ear to ear. A few days after I sealed Miku, Reina-san called me in to test a new game. It was a virtual reality game called My Little Shido 2. Unlike other games, it required me to enter a VR world in order to play it. And yeah, we wrapped up Season 2, and now we have reached Arusu Install, which you should all know since I just finished that LP. Everyone watched as I fumbled through the game. However, I spotted someone mysterious, even by video game standards.
あなたに問います。愛とは何ですか？
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. I needed to get it in one last time. I met an interesting girl named Arusu, and then a bug occurred inside of the game, trapping me by preventing me from logging out. However, in order to learn what love is, Arusu claimed she needed to perform simulations, calling in some familiar faces. The only way I could return to reality was by teaching Arusu love, so I went on a ton of dates. Humblebot, hey, thank you for the follow, Helltaker 2057. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, sorry, are you the staff here? You were so beautiful, I thought you were a doll.
あら、お客様、お上手ですね。私はこの店をやっております。トーカと申します。
There was Toka, the sophisticated store clerk. Hey, don't put your hand in there.
生意気な少年の割に、なんと甘美な世紀の味わいよ。思考、とろけるようです。シド、安心してください。命までは取りません。
Kaguya and Yuzuru became succubi. I'll make you forget all your sorrows, everything.
ダメ、シドさん。ヨシノが見てるから。
There was Yoshino, widowed from her partner Yoshinon.
あ、それ、くるりんぱ。
Twirly, twirly!
くるりんぱ。
Twirly, twirly! And at the maid cafe, Kuru. No, actually, let's forget this one. As I went about my daily life, I met the black-haired Arusu.
私はアルスだよ。間違いなく、私がアルス。
I see. I suppose so.
そうだな。私はアルスだよ。でもアルスじゃない。
White and black. There were two Arusus, leading me to naming the white version. How about, Maria? Sorry, I just thought of it.
いえ、それがいいです。マリア、アルス・マリア。私の名前。
She seemed to like her name. So from that moment on, she became known as Maria. Each time my love for someone grew, the world reset. Maria would learn something new about love, and soon acquired new emotions.
そうでした。皆さんはそうやって指導と愛を伝え合った。だからデートの最後はキスをする。そうすればきっと愛について完全に理解できるはず。そうすれば指導を、皆さんをこの世界から解放できる。
Maria had an idea, and we decided to go on a date together. We went to school early, walked home together after class. We even got closer with Toka and the others. On my first full day of dating Maria, things took a turn. At the end of the day, we kissed.
これは一体私の力か。あ、
Maria! Hey, Maria!
やれやれ、ずいぶん待たされたわ。でもようやくこの時が来た。
Maria was unconsciously holding a great power. By learning emotions, she accidentally ceded control of the game to the Black Arusu.
その子と同じ名前で呼ぶな。私は私だけの名前がある。アルス・マリナというお父様からもらったただ一つのものが。
Wow, who would have guessed that the, twins or not twins would have a name differing by one letter? Marina? That's your name? Marina revealed the truth. Maria was a copy of Marina. That's why we were trapped here. As a creation of DEM, her mission was to destroy the game and seize control of the Fraxness, to destroy the real Tengu City. We moved to stop her. I made it to Marina, but by then she had assumed a massive amount of power. Ugh, this might be too much. No, I'll endure this. I'll protect Maria, even if it kills me.
指導を守る力をください。私は指導を守りたい。失いたくない。皆さんにとっても私にとっても誰よりも大切な存在だから。
The world responded to Maria's wish, allowing her to manifest an astral dress. This power turned the tide.
そんなご都合主義が許されるわけない。君はここで消えるべきなんだ。偽物らしく私に敗れて消え去って。一撃重いのをあげましょう。マリナもきっと待っているはずです。
Got it! Go! Thanks to Maria, I was able to summon Sandalphon. With Marina taken out, the virtual world ceased, but at a cost. Marina, now bracing for defeat, became unstable and threatened to drop the Fraxness on top of Tengu City. Does that mean both of you will disappear? No! You absolutely
こ
can't!
れが最も確実な方法です。皆さんが指導が生きるための。
I wanted to stop her, even if it meant risking Marina's life. Maria steeled her resolve and headed for Marina. I couldn't believe they would disappear. With Toka and the rest of the girls' help, Maria and I barged into the mother room. Maria! Marina! It can't end like this!
もうダメなんです。フラクシナスの管理権限を完全にリセットするにはこれしか方法がありません。
No matter what, I couldn't have saved them. In the end, I could only let them go.
ありがとう、シド。あなたはとても優しい人でした。
Maria! Maria! Marina disappeared, as did Maria, but not before she left me with a kiss. Then, the virtual world disappeared with both Arusus. I awoke to find myself back in the real world. Of course, the Arusus weren't there. I felt empty. In the end, I couldn't save them. But Maria left a message for me, detailing her true feelings.
そしてシド、あなたと過ごした時間はあなたが覚えていないのもすべて私の宝物です。 あなたのおかげで私は探し物を見つけました。
And that message was a file. It automatically installed into my phone. Marina's last gesture. Maria! Is that really you? Maria!
はい、あなたのマリアです。
Before Maria disappeared, it seemed Marina copied Maria's personality data and compiled an app.
私は全身全霊をもって指導を助けることを誓います。ですから指導は絶対諦めないでください。絶対に何度だって立ち上がってください。
Yeah, I'll do my best. I swear that I'll save them. And even now, my date goes on. So yep, Rio Reincarnation takes place immediately. Also, Shido's Digest. Watch the digest scenario. Hooray, we got another achievement. Yes, Rio Reincarnation takes place immediately after Arusu Install. Anyway, please like, follow, subscribe. Check me out on Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, and Kick. Free money in the description as always, and I'll see you guys in the next part. Bye-bye. There we are. That's the recording taken care of. Oh. Yeah, I'm just gonna take a quick little break here. Transfer a Psychodoga. Quests reached rank 5, hooray. Transfer a new mass production with Fin Funnel, boom. Let's go do a little bit of progress. Say, level up one of you. And a second one. Execute. Perfect. And let's actually develop Char's counterattack. That would be 6 versus 10. You need to go to a total of 5 times 3. Yeah, we need 15 of that guy and 12 of that guy. All right. 6. Yeah, let's get more of the new Gundam mass production type. And that can go on auto. Hooray for gacha games that play themselves. Boo for gacha games that require, it's just constant grinding. You know what? I'm gonna get some more water. I'm almost out. We'll be back, and then we'll get started. The temperature in the house has not fallen by much, maybe 1 degree, maybe half a degree.
at least the temperature in my office has definitely fallen since I opened the window. That was only 3. Alright, I guess we actually need to check the guide. We can see here we watched the digest. Hurrah! Yeah. Yes, that actually made a bit of difference. Didn't cut off a thing, but let's see. Take you, go down to you, and delete. Are so close. Any one thing we get rid of, and it'll be good. So yeah, there are only 3 endings in this game. First day. Do. Na 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 na. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do do. Na 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 na. Mm-hmm. Da 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 do 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 do. Na na. 31. Alright, I need to see here. Come on. 35. Thought about Rio. Right, it looks like we never go back to get the first day option. Okay. Yep, let's do it. So option 1 is the good choice. So we'll take everything other than option 1 with quick saves, get back, do option 1, save before the school choice. Simple enough. Let's do it. Check one thing, load game. 30, yes. Okay, and yeah, we don't need that save anymore, so we can override it. Perfect. Good. Nope. Sorry, something just came up. Be right back. Okay, now we start. Hello and welcome to another episode of Data Live Rio Reincarnation. We watched the digest last time, which gave us a summary of the first 2 seasons of the anime, plus the previous 2 games that we played. So it went Anime Season 1, Reine Utopia, Anime Season 2, Arusu Install. Now, Rio Reincarnation takes place immediately after that, so let's get to it. Let's see what we got. A sudden attack. I had a sense that something was off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. The city I saw shouldn't have been any different. It was the usual scenery, the path I was used to taking. But I wonder why. It seemed like something was missing. Then again, this wasn't the first time I felt this way. For the feeling to hit me while things were relatively peaceful was a strange thought indeed. I don't know what that feeling is, but I'm sure that something's missing here. Despite not having any evidence to back it up, even though it was illogical, deep down, I was certain. Ah.
どうしたのお兄ちゃん。急にため息なんかついたりして。
Huh? No. I was just wondering what to make for dinner. I tried to play it off as I plated our breakfast, and put it on the dining table.
お兄ちゃんの悩みは幸せそうだね。
Yeah, they're innocent because they're a lie. What do you mean by that?
お兄ちゃんはお兄ちゃんなのだ。
That makes no sense. Not that it's a big deal or anything.
おー、わかった。でも、調子悪かったらちゃんと休むんだぞ。
Got it. Thank you for worrying about me.
私はお兄ちゃんの頼れる妹だからね。
Yes, I am always depending on you, Imoto-sama.
任せるのだ。
Well, let's just eat breakfast. Come on, it's ready.
はーい。ごちそうさま。
Ah.
お兄ちゃん、ごちそうさま。
... Whoa! What are you doing, Katori?
それはこっちのセリフ。何が大したことじゃないからよ。思いっきり考え込んでるじゃない。
Ugh. Sorry.
で、何があったの？悩んでることがあるなら言ってみなさいよ。
I know you're just going to think I'm crazy, but...
前置きはいいからさっさと言いなさいってば。
Oh, well... There was someone besides me who used to make breakfast, right?
そりゃあるでしょう。 お母さんとか私とかトウカたちが手伝ってくれたことだってあるし、この前のことを言うならマリアだって。
No, it's not that. That's not what I meant. I don't know who it is, but I feel like there was someone else who used to be in the kitchen a lot.
はあ、誰かはわからないって何おかしなこと言ってるのよ。
I told you you'd think that.
別に言わないとは言ってないじゃない。にしても何それ、ホラー系の話？
No, because you don't take scary stories well. No, it's just... I felt like someone was here.
ほーん、そもそもそれいつの話？
When? Maybe before we went into summer break?
はあ？何言ってるのよ。トウカたちが来る前ならともかく、そんな最近のことなら私やみんなが覚えてないわけないでしょ。まさに夏の夜の夢ってやつじゃない？
You might be right.
気になるならカウンセリングの用意くらいするけど。
Oh no, it's not that bad. I think I'm just out of it or something.
そ、まあ指導がそう言うならいいけど。それじゃ夢の話はここまで。うだうだしてると遅刻するわよ。
Right. Oh, you're right. I should hurry. Katori's right. The only thing I have is this weird sense inside me that something's off. I'm sure it's just a continuation of my dream. But no matter how much I think that, once I acknowledge this feeling, the fog in my heart wouldn't go away.
どうしたのだシド？何やら浮かない顔をしているが。
明らかに授業への集中力を欠いていた。おそらく八戸神10日が原因。早く指導の前から姿を消すべき。
何？ふざけたことを言うな、飛び市折り紙。
Hey, come on, you guys. Stop it. It's not a big deal. I was just thinking about a dream I had.
夢？どんな夢を見たのだ？
It was a Yumeido chaser. Hey, Yuki! Welcome to the stream! We're now on the third game. We've reached Rio Reincarnation. We've finished up Arusu Install. Huh? I don't remember it in detail. I think it was a dream about an ordinary day. Yeah, I've had those. Ordinary dream days. Back in middle school, you know, you'd have a dream, it'd seem normal. You'd go to school, do things normally, wake up, and oops! Didn't actually go to school. It was all just a dream, and then you have to go to school again.
日常の夢？ということは、私とシドが一緒にいる夢か。それはきっと楽しいな。
That's not exactly it. But I guess it's not wrong either.
甘い。あなたが望んでいるのは停滞。同じ毎日を繰り返すだけでは刺激が足りなくなる。指導はもっと刺激的な生活。すなわち、私との生活を望んでいる。
Wait, can you not say things that give people the wrong impression? Oh, okay, and you're a magician now. Your avatar's cool. Thank you! It is a 50% Shido, 50% Tuxedo Common. Glad you like it, though.
誤解ではない。指導の望みに従っているだけ。
Can you not talk as if I'm some huge pervert?
ちょっと聞いた？いつかくんってばまた変態的なことを飛び市さんに強要してるわよ。それだけじゃないわ。トウカちゃんとも夜の生活を送る気よ。
ブラチにも程がある。 現代の若者の倫理観にマジ引くわ。
Stop putting the blame on me! Seriously, it never ends with you guys! Just cut it out!
いい加減にするのはどっちだっつーの。
Oh, Shidomix, that's cool. I can feel the Data Live love in the avatar. Thank you. Here, if you want to see even more.
毎日毎日同じようにイチャコラしやがって。この歩く不純性こういうの全く許されないね。本当に許されないね。私が許さんわ。
そうだ、神が許しても俺が許さん。
You stay out of this!
そんな。
Ah! Toka and Origami are at odds again, and our classmates are making a ruckus. The usual. I wonder if I feel like something is missing here, because of my dream. But yeah, the wings that you see, Yuki, those are the wings that Shido uses when he absorbed the twins' powers. Huh. That person there. Yoshino, Kageya, Yuzuru, and even Miku. What an odd combination.
シドさん、お買い物に行ってて。
What Yoshino handed me was a plastic bag full of fish. It seemed like there were all kinds of vibrant colors. It looked really chaotic. There were even some that looked like she fished them out of the deep sea. Where did she buy these?
驚いているようだな、我が重木よ。これこそが我々に秘められた真なる力だ。
What, were you like at a festival or something and fished a bunch of fish from like the grab a bag with a rod game? So what are you trying to say?
聞いちゃう？それ聞いちゃう？吉野の魔性の女っぷりにシードーくん興奮しちゃうよ。
Oh my.
吉野。さっきまでみんなで一緒にお買い物してたんです。私たちの可愛さに魚屋さんがいっぱいおまけしてくれたんですよ。
Oh, nice. I don't know if I believe you though, Miku.
いやもうダメじゃないミクちゃん。そんなに簡単にバラしちゃったら。
I guess it is true.
まあまあいいじゃないですか。ダーリンだったらそれくらいすぐ分かっちゃいますって。ね、ダーリン。
I honestly would have guessed that you guys were up to no good first. Yeah, but that sure is a lot. If these were mostly freebies, I'm kind of worried about the store.
当然、吉野だけではなく、かぐやとゆずるもいましたから、おまけしてもらえるのも当然というものです。
I mean, the twins are my favorites, so I don't blame the shop owner for giving them freebies. I see. Wait, is that supposed to convince me?
シドさん、これ。
Oh, you're going to give this to me?
シドさんなら美味しい料理を作ってくれますから。
Wait, out of the fish that you got? Oh, you're starting to sound like Toka. We should use them while they're still fresh. Well, why don't we have this as dinner then? Let's all eat together.
そうこなくっちゃ。さすがはシドくん。よっ、太っ腹。ダーリンや皆さんと一緒なら大歓迎です。何が何でも行きますからね。おお、それは良い考えだな。深淵なる海の神秘による聖なる晩餐。まさに我にふさわしいと言えよ。詩的。かぐや、その魚の中には川魚も混じっています。ものの例えだし、間違えたわけじゃないからね。
Sure you didn't, Kaguya. Sure you didn't.
失笑。 魚の種類を見分けられなかった言い訳ですね。ぷぷぷ。
I'm with Yuzuru on this one.
ゆずる、あんたね
What are you talking about? Anyways, I'm going to rush home. What do you guys want to do?
私は一度マンションの方に帰ります。
I see. Then I guess I can walk you home.
そうだ。ねえねえ、シドくん。
Huh? What is it?
いやさ、シドくんの家に行くことも多いし、そろそろ吉野にも合鍵とかくれちゃっていい頃なんじゃない？吉野？
Spare key. Huh. Come to think of it, a spare key would... What was that?
シドさん、どうしたんですか、急に。
Nothing. Spare key, huh? I may have an extra, so I'll look for it, okay?
さすがシドくん、話がわかるね。すいません、シドさん。
No problem. I'll see you then?
はい、後で行きますね。
Sure, I'll be waiting. Is something happening? I can sense it. There's something wrong with me today. And besides, what was that? Alright, I think I'm ready. I feel like I'm forgetting... Oh, that's right. Yoshinon brought up the spare key. I think it's around this shelf... Huh? It's not here. I thought there was an extra one. Hey, Ascalt, welcome! Not here either. Then, is it in my room? When I got in the room, I had this feeling that the spare key would be in here. Come to think of it, it'd be odd that a spare key would be in my room, because I'm always carrying my own key around. Well, no point in worrying about that now. Anyways, I'll try this drawer. There it is. A small bag at the back of the drawer. The design was clearly not something I chose. I was certain of it, that there would be a spare key in here. Huh? Why did I think that? Not only that, but when did I even make a spare? Wait, Tori gave it to me. That's right, I just forgot. There's nothing weird about it. As I predicted, there was a key inside the bag. Just a key on its own. Not decorated, no key ring.
大切にするからね。
I definitely remembered something right now. A voice I don't recognize, but it felt so nostalgic. And the voice was so soft. I squeezed the key tightly, and it made a dent in my palm. Along with the cold metal feeling of it, I also felt a pang of pain go through my chest. It felt like all the power in my body was quickly leaving me. I kneeled slowly onto the floor. My heart was pounding. It was similar to something I remembered. I know. It was like when I used the spirit's power. I felt a sensation like everything was being dragged around me. Then I felt my consciousness being engulfed.
私、ずっとね。
And there goes my consciousness. Here we are. We started Neo Eden. I think we should wrap things up right there. Just for the episode, obviously, not the stream. Stream goes on. Episode is wrapped up. Thank you everyone for watching. Please like, follow, subscribe. Check me out on Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, and Kick. Free money in the description as always. And I'll see you guys in the next part. Bye-bye. There we are. And let's jump over to here for a second. How are we doing? Nah. Fine, that's looking fine. Oh? Huh. Alright, well, worried about that later. Cool stuff, but yeah. None of the ads are catching my attention at the moment, so we won't mess with them. Let me just run back to the guide. And yeah, we did get a Neo Eden for starting a new game. Let's jump back, and that should... No. Not good enough. Okay. Yeah, it's nice that the prologue was 20 minutes and not 2 hours like it was in the other two games. 2 hours was way too much prologue. Yeah, that's how we'll do it. Cool. Alright, let's get back. Hello and welcome to another episode of Data Live, Rio Reincarnation. Let's start day 1. What is this? I feel really nostalgic. Oh, that's right. I've seen this before.
一番大事なもの、どこにあるのかな?
Huh? The most important thing?
会えばわかる?
Meet them. You're,
起きろー! お兄ちゃんよ、目覚めるのだ!
Kotori's foot hit me square in the gut, and I had no choice but to roll over in my bed.
バクだって、四足歩行だ!
Yeah, White Ribbon Kotori is much darker than Black Ribbon Kotori. Kotori! What the heck? There are some things you should do, and some things you shouldn't do.
すまんな、お兄ちゃん。
How can you be so casual about this? Ah!
お兄ちゃんが早く起きないからだぞ。ほら、朝ごはん、朝ごはん。
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Let me get it ready now. Kotori must be hungry. I have to hurry.
準備なんていらないよ。だって準備できてるし。
Huh? Already ready?
とっくに準備完了だよ。ほらお兄ちゃん、40秒で支度するんだ。
What kind of grandma are you? Wait a minute. Are you going to tell me Kotori made breakfast? What is going on here? Well, I guess I'll start by changing. My little sister worked hard. I can't let the food go cold.
もうお兄ちゃん40秒って言ったのに。もう先に食べてるもぐ。
Your mouth's full of food, dear sister. It isn't good manners, so don't eat and talk at the same time.
おはようございます、シド。朝食はトーストとハムエッグ、付け合わせのサラダですよ。
Good morning, Maria. Ah, so you made breakfast today, huh? I knew it. I mean, Kotori is the designated eater.
失礼だな、もぐいちゃん。
Is this a sequel? Yes, this is the third game in the series. This is Rio Reincarnation, a direct sequel to Arusu Install. I guess technically it's a sequel to both, but yeah. So it goes Season 1 of the anime, Rinne Utopia, Season 2 of the anime, Arusu Install, and now this game. Who is that? I wish I could have helped you. How rude? I mean, is that supposed to be a Full House reference? How rude! Wish I could have helped you.
いいえ、大丈夫です。大したことはしていませんから。それに、指導は一家の主のようなものなのですよ。たまにはどっしり構えていてください。
Well, alright. I mean, if I'm gonna be the master of the house, Maria, you may need to put on a maid outfit and start calling me master. Thanks, Maria.
はい。そう言ってもらえるだけで嬉しいです。さあ、指導も座ってください。
Sure. I sat down, but it felt a little strange to see Maria standing in the kitchen.
どうかしましたか、指導。
Oh, nothing. That's right, Maria's often here in the kitchen, so it's not exactly an unusual scene. She served me breakfast while I was seated. The salad was full of vegetables in vibrant colors. There was even a bit of cereal in it, too. Whoa, it looks so delicious. The dressing, was this made from scratch?
はい、私の手作りです。きっと指導も気に入ると思います。どうぞ。
Maria's homemade dressing tasted as though she used onion paste as the base. I think she cooked it so it wouldn't be too bitter. Just very mild and sweet. I bit into a piece of toast. Mmm, delicious. It's so nice with a lot of butter on the toast. Delicious. This is delicious. Maria, you've long since surpassed me.
そうでしょうか。自分ではよくわかりません。でも、本当にそうだとしたら、私はようやく指導と結婚する資格を得られたということでしょうか。
Sorry, Maria, you're still an AI. Mary?
おお、確かにいつもお兄ちゃん言ってたもんね。自分が料理できるから奥さんいらずになっちゃうって。
I could totally use a wife. That has nothing to do with this.
それは残念ですね。
You guys. But seriously, Maria's definitely improved. She's cooked for us before, but why does it feel like I haven't eaten in a while?
難しい顔をしていますね。どうかしましたか？
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about something.
考え事ですか？
Huh?
もう食事中に考え事なんてマナー違反だぞ、お兄ちゃん。
Or is Maria gonna ask if I was thinking about the wedding plans already? Right. Sorry. Let's hurry up and eat. It seemed like Maria had something to say, but I wonder what it was. Well, I guess I can ask her after I send Kotori off.
じゃあ私先に行くね。お兄ちゃんはまだいるんでしょ？
Yeah, I'll leave after I clean up with Maria. I still have some time.
うん、了解なのだ。それじゃあ行ってきます。行ってらっしゃい、小鳥。
How about we kill the spammer, kill the spammer, kill the spammer, do. Be careful, okay? There we are, Kotori's gone. Maria, weren't you in the middle of saying something earlier?
指導は私がここにいることに何の疑問もないのですね。
Question why you're here? Why would I question why she's here? Maria's always been here. Wait.
私が最後にあなたと話したのはいつなのか覚えていますか？
Oh, yeah, That's right. I just spoke to Maria the other day. I met her in the virtual world and we spent time together. Bot detected. Bot detected. Yes, I already killed the bot on this stream and I'll take care of it in the episode break in there. In the end, you got in my cell.
やはり指導を覚えているのですね。私と過ごした本当の時間を。
Yeah, I was a little confused a while ago, but I remember now. You and Marina. How I met you two in the virtual world. Of course I wouldn't forget.
そうですか。ならば、これは明らかに異常な事態と言えます。
Abnormal?
はい。この世界は何らかの改ざんが行われている。現実と言っていいかすらわかりません。
Not reality? That's crazy! But thanks to Maria was able to come back.
忘れてはいませんか。私はフラクシナスの管理 AI です。本来データのみの存在。ですが、私はここにいます。
I see. The only way I can communicate with you is in the virtual world. Why didn't I realize this? Because you may not be Kinako brain dumb, but you are still pudding brain dumb, which is a level of dumb that's not as bad as Kinako brain dumb, but still pretty darn dumb. Anyway, Case, how you doing? That's right. Maria's physical body only exists in that virtual reality. Then, does that mean we're in virtual reality again?
いいえ、それはありえません。あの時、フラクシナスが受けたダメージにより、マイリトル指導2は完全に機能を停止しました。
Then, this isn't virtual reality? But reality?
はい。実は先ほど、小鳥に私がここにいるのはおかしくないかと聞いてみたのですが、小鳥はこの状況がさも当然だというように、マリアは先週からずっと一緒に住んでるじゃんと答えました。
And that's when you realized this was odd.
そういうことです。原因や意図は不明ですが、私と指導以外何らかの方法で記憶の改ざんを受けていることは確かです。もしか
Altering memories. Maybe in the virtual world, but is that possible in reality?
そもそも精霊の力やそれに準ずる技術には未知の部分が多いのです。それが可能な存在がいないとは断定できません。
You have a point. Kotori being like that must mean that everyone Ratatosker must be in the same situation inside the Fraxinus.
確認できていませんが、おそらくは霊力を保有している指導でさえかすかに影響を受けているようですし、私には一切影響がないようですが。
Is it because you're AI?
おそらく。もちろんこれも推測に過ぎませんが。
I see.
私の記録ではこの世界は唐突に発生したようでした。もし指導に改ざん前の記憶があるなら、発生した時のことを教えてもらえませんか？
I wonder what I was doing. Someone asked me to look for something. No matter how hard I thought, it felt like there was a haze in my brain that kept me from remembering. Sorry, I can't really remember.
やはり そう簡単にはいかないようですね。現状ではわからないことが多すぎます。少し様子を見た方がいいかもしれません。
Right. Let's do that. I'll try my best to remember too.
ではお願いします。でもあまり不自然な行動は取らない方がいいかもしれませんね。この事態を引き起こした誰かのことを考えれば。
The person who made this happen. Could it be a spirit? Or DEM? Got it. I'll be careful. Maria, you be careful too, alright?
はい、当然です。私は指導のマリアですから。
You can't say that in front of people, okay?
なぜですか？指導はそう言われることに何かやましいことがあるのですか？
Well, I guess you'll give off the wrong impression.
わかっています。これは私なりの冗談です。
Well, nice to know we have an AI with a sense of humor. Oh, I'm sweating buckets here. Anyways, Maria, why are you dressed in our school uniform?
もしや今頃気がついたのですか？
Oh, well, sorry? Crap, did I upset Maria? At a time like this, Alright, so the correct option is option 1, looks good on you, which means we save and take the other option. Does that mean we get to go to school together? If you're in a school uniform, that means you get to go to school with us.
どうやらそのようです。私は先週から5日家にホームステイしてきたハーフの美少女ということになってるようです。
I see. Wait, homestay? So you're living here?
はい。以前もそうしていましたし、妥当かと。
Well, I guess you have a point. But you're going to call yourself a pretty girl.
何か問題でも？
Not at all. I mean, it's true. She is pretty. So what about Toka and the others?
マンションだとは思いますが、電脳空間とは事情が異なるため、くるみとミクに関しては断言できません。
You don't know, Maria?
今の私にはフラクシナスやこの世界にアクセスする権限がありません。言ってしまえばただの人間です。
She's just human. Anyway, let's backtrack. Looks good on you. Well, I know it may be late, but you look really good in our uniform, Maria.
本当ですか？
When in a bad situation, switch to compliments. Yeah, of course. It's very refreshing.
そうですか。ありがとうございます。
You weren't wearing a uniform in the virtual world.
はい。必要ないと考えていましたから。でも、今は着ることができて嬉しいです。
Ah, nice. I'm glad we get to be here together, Maria.
指導は女の子の扱いがうまいようで下手ですね。
What can I say? I'm a natural. What? Did I say something really messed up?
いいえ、勘違いさせるような言動は慎んだ方が良いのでは？
Ugh, I didn't mean it that way.
それなら、もっと勉強しなくてはなりませんね。
Very well, Sensei. Teach me the art of seduction. You are absolutely right.
少し話しすぎたでしょうか。状況を確認するためにも学校へ早く向かった方がいいかもしれませんね。
You're right. Let's hurry and clean this up. We'll go together, Maria.
はい。
Nope. I messed up. I switched too soon. I guess we gotta go all the way out to here. So let's go back to quick load. And let's take the wrong option once again.
今の私にはフラクシナスやこの世界にアクセスする権限がありません。言ってしまえばただの人間です。
You're no android. You're no Namekian. And you're no Super Saiyan. You're just human. Yeah? Well, you know what? Fuck power levels, fuck Super Saiyans, and fuck you, Shin Kiko! Oh, that's adorable. Let me know if you can name where that's from. Then, I can't be depending on you all the time then, huh? I have to take action too.
はい。私の方で確認できたことは指導にお伝えします。少し話しすぎたでしょうか。状況を確認するためにも。
We rejoined. So, quick load. Looks good on you, and let's skip to here. Maria and I just left the house in our uniforms. This feels so strange to be able to walk to school with Maria like I did back then. Just as I thought that, Maria, who was swiftly walking in front of me, suddenly turned around.
どうかしましたか、指導。
Oh, nothing in particular. How do I say this? You look like you're having fun, Maria.
あ、そうですね。少し浮かれすぎていたかもしれません。今の状況を考えれば、緊張感が足りていない証拠ですね。すみません、指導。
Oh, no. I wasn't trying to criticize you, Maria. I think it's fine that you're like this.
本当ですか?
Yeah, of course. I'm happier to see you acting natural, Maria.
指導なら、そう言ってくれると思っていました。
Does it make you happy to go to school in your uniform?
はい。実際に着てみて、ようやく私も雷禅高校の本当の生徒になれた気がします。
So, Shido, don't be a coward, take her hand, and walk to school together. She's right. In the virtual world, Maria wasn't wearing a uniform. Nobody ever questioned it, so she didn't have to wear it. But...
だから、少し失敗してしまいました。
You don't look like you think that at all.
バレましたか。指導は鋭いですね。もしかしたら、マリナの影響かもしれません。
I see. Maybe. Marina disappeared and left Maria behind. Unlike Maria, Marina was more teasing in the manner that she spoke. Oh. If Maria's here, does that mean maybe Marina's around somewhere around too? I'm sure that Marina disappeared back then. But if it's this abnormal world, maybe? I keep getting split seconds of hope like that. And besides... ... Besides? Besides what? Words that came to mind spun around in my head. What was I thinking of right now? If Maria's here, who was it that would have been here too? Wait, besides that was...
指導、急に立ち止まってどうかしましたか?
Oh, sorry, The moment that someone called for me from behind, I knew I felt like I knew the voice. It sounded so familiar. I remember. No, I don't. I remember. No, I don't. For some reason, I had this sense that my memories and consciousness weren't matching up.
指導!
This voice! Is this what it means when your mind goes blank? I was so detached that I was conscious of it. But this soft voice, those kind eyes, she's... Rin? Nay? When I called out to her, she softly nodded in my arms. I felt myself hold on to her even more tightly. If I squeezed too hard, would she just pass through me like a phantom? Are you... really Rinne? In response, I definitely felt her. A nostalgic feeling. Her warmth.
私、リンネ、その髪、
リンネだよ。シ
The moment I acknowledged it, something inside me overflowed. The memories of early summer, joy, sorrow, pain, anger. All these emotions came over me. And eventually, one of them stood out over the rest. Rinne Sonogami, a special person, my former childhood friend. We had a sad separation, and I wasn't supposed to be able to see her again. Or so I thought. I don't believe it. You're here, Rinne!
私もシドと同じこと考えてる。どうしてここにいられるんだろうって。でもね、今はそんなことどうでもいいって考えちゃってる私がいるんだ。ダメだよね。
Not at all. I'm thinking the same thing.
嬉しいな。シドは全然変わってないみたい。私の知ってるシドのままだね。
No, he is about 1 year more mature. There is definitely a change in Shido's personality between season 1 and season 2. Right back at you. You're the same old Rinne.
私たち似た者同士なのかも。
We are childhood friends after all.
幼馴染だもんね。おお、リンネではないか。久しぶりだな。心配したぞ。リンネお姉ちゃんおかえり。戻ってくるのってやっぱり今日だったんだ。トウカちゃん、小鳥ちゃん、久しぶりだね。元気にしてた？息災であったぞ。私も元気元気。リンネお姉ちゃんは？私はそうだな。早くみんなと会いたくて仕方なかったかも。あ、私吉野たち呼んでくるね。そうだな、それがいい。任せたぞ小鳥。小鳥ちゃん、あんまり走ったら危ないよ。
And Rinne goes straight into mother mode.
大丈夫。
What's going on? Everyone is totally fine with Rinne being here. Isn't this weird?
それに答えられるのは本人だけではないでしょうか。
Maria, you were here?
いたのかですか。人を放り出して彼女とイチャイチャしていたのはどこの誰ですか？
Hey, I gotta give love to my real-life girlfriend as well as my AI girlfriend, Maria. No need to be snippy. Oh, Maria-san, are you upset?
いいえ、全然怒ってませんよ。
Ah! She's not the Maria I know!
ごめんねシド。私家に一人で住んでることになってるんだ。それでしばらく両親に顔を見せに行ってたってことみたい。
I see. I get it now. Rinne came near me and whispered into my ear. I felt like Maria was pouting even more next to me. But it must be my imagination. No, it is not your imagination. She is, going pout-tacular 2001. Or at least I hope it is. You better hope, because it's not.
シド、リンネ、内緒話か？
Not at all, Toka. We were just talking about dinner tonight.
そうだよ、トウカちゃん。久しぶりだから何にしようかなって。なるほど。リンネの料理は絶品だからな。今から楽しみになってきたぞ。おーい、連れてきたよ。リンネさん、おはようございます。帰ってきてくれて嬉しいです。やっほー、久しぶりだね、リンネちゃん。
ふんふん、リンネよ。 ようやく救済の旅から舞い戻ったか。お主の尽力により闇の正気は払われたようだな。
祝福。何事もなかったようで何よりです。
Huh? Kaguya and Yuzuru? But you weren't in the first game.
おめでとうございます、リンネさん。いない間とっても寂しかったですよ。
Neither were you, Miku.
みんなありがとう。これからもよろしくね。
Miku too? Wait, could this be... Is that what it means?
そういうことみたい。私もかぐやちゃんとゆずるちゃん、ミクさんと過ごした記憶があるから。
Rine answered my mutterings. I think I'm especially happy because Rine has naturally fit in with the rest of the group.
そうだ、リンネの帰還を皆で祝おうではないか。ああ、それはナイスアイデアですよ、トウカさん。こう立食パーティー的な。
Buffet? Hey, we don't have that much space.
だったら鉄板焼きとかどうかな。それならみんなでワイワイ楽しそう。なるほど、それなら問題なさそうですね。みんなで好きなものを焼きながら歓談が可能です。おお、鉄板焼きか。それはいい考えだな。肉に魚に野菜に何を焼いてもいいのだろ。なんだかワクワクしてきたぞ。
Toka's asking if she can cook anything, but really she wants to ask if she can cook everything. That's true, but I don't know if you're supposed to just cook anything.
せっかくだしその方が楽しいんじゃないかな。みんなで持ち寄ったりして闇鍋みたいな。もちろんちゃんと私たちで食べられるものを用意してね。
Rine, you were not here in the last game when we realized just how terrible of an idea that was. Toka does not know how to cook. Origami does not know how to cook. Yoshino was okay. Wasn't amazing, but she was okay. Kurumi did an excellent job. Kotori made breakfast because she's a dum-dum. The Yamai twins made an amazing omelet and sauce and sides and everything. Miku, no. Just no. Oh, good idea. Let's do that. No, it isn't, Shido. No, it isn't. Well, it's not like we'll use the things they bring directly. It'll be fun.
うわあ、みんな話しすぎだよ。そろそろ行かないと大変だぞ。そうですね、小鳥の言う通りです。あんまりゆったり歩いていたら修行に遅れてしまうかもしれません。
Alright, then let's head out!
それじゃあ私はあっちなのだ。私も帰ります。皆さんまた後で。パーティー私も楽しみにしてます。楽しみだよね。吉野も楽しみすぎてテンション上がっちゃう。
Yeah, I'll see you later.
では行くぞ皆の者。祭事に遅れたとあっては病の名が廃る。
First there's school, Kaguya.
納得ですが、先に門をくぐるのはゆずるです。たたた。
ゆずる、ちょっと待ちなさいよ。行くぞ我が眷属トウカよ。ゆずるに先に行かれてはならん。
わかったぞ。皆さん置いていかないでくださいよ。
Hey, you guys don't... And there they go. Huh, wait. Miku's heading that way too? Does that mean she's attending Ryzen High School like Maria? Her uniform still seems to be her old one, though. Well, she went ahead, so there's nothing I can do. At this rate, it'll be a lot of people. And besides, we left early. We don't have to rush too much.
もしかしたら気を使わせちゃったかな。
Huh? Did you say something?
なんでもないよ。私たちも歩こう。
Thanks for the follow, BAP222. Yeah, let's go.
じー。
Shido, take her hand. One hand to Maria, one hand to Rine, and walk to school. And own it. Maria is staring at me. That's right, this is the only time I can check with Rine about what's going on without Toka and the others noticing. Rine, can I ask you one thing?
わからない。
Last night I had a dream I was visited by the ghost of Gloria Gaynor. I have no idea who Gloria Gaynor is, but I do know who Overman King Gaynor is. First, I was afraid. I was petrified. Good one, Red Snom. Good one. Bap, I'm glad you like the anime. It is a surprisingly good anime. I went into this assuming it was just some cheesy harem anime, but it is surprisingly compelling. You clearly know her song. I know her song, I don't know her name. I did try reading the light novels, Bap. I cannot say that I was a fan of them, but it's not that I didn't like the novels themselves, it's just I hate the format. Or the genre? Not so much genre. The medium. There we go. That's what I wanted to say. The medium. I hate the medium of light novels. I can do manga. I can do regular novels. But just the stylistic choices in light novels pisses me off to no end. So yeah, I basically read a decent chunk of the first novel and gave up. What?
指導は私にこう聞きたいんだよね。本来ありえない私が存在している世界。この世界はエデンなのかって。
But anyway, Redsnum, did you legitimately have a dream about being visited by the ghost of Gloria Gaynor? Or were you just setting up the joke that first you were afraid, you were petrified? I gulped. She nailed it. I was about to ask that. Maria doesn't have a body. Rine, who should have disappeared. And a fake memory implanted in everyone's minds as if there's something to hide. You has joke. Gotcha. I remember this twisted world. Anyway, Bap, have you played any of the visual novels in the series? Have you tried Overlord light novels? Found those to be better than the manga and anime? No, I have not, but I also haven't watched anything of Overlord. To be honest, about 9 years ago, I kind of stopped watching all anime in general, with a few very limited exceptions. That summer, Rine activated this infinitely looping world, Eden. Unfortunately, there's no way that this isn't related.
不思議な感じなの。私にはわかる。ここがエデンの中だって。
Shoot, we're inside Eden.
そして私は確かに自分がその神輪廻だと認識している。だけどね、私はルーラーではない。
Ah.
それは間違いないと思う。
Well, Bap, we are in the third game in the series, so you might get a little bit confused. Rine, she was the bonus girl from the first anime. And Maria, the white-haired girl, is the bonus girl, not the first anime, the first visual novel. And Maria, the white-haired girl, is the bonus girl from the second visual novel. You're not the ruler?
指導には信じられないかもしれない。でも、今の私は何の力もないの。あなたの理想の世界を用意することも、ここから戻してあげることもできない。言ってしまうなら、私は抜け殻みたいなものかな。 全てを失って投げ出された残り物。それが今の私。
Overlord manga is more comedy than anything else. Okay. Rinne.
ごめんねシド。私はあなたに何もしてあげられない。きっとこうなっているのも私のせいなのに。
Well, we don't know that. And besides, don't say you can't do anything for me. You can still cook.
シド。
I'm just happier by my side, Rinne. I told you, didn't I? That we can start over. Maybe now's the time. This time, it's a promise. Although I don't know what might happen next.
ありがとうシド。本当に嬉しい。
I gently took Rinne's hand.
なるほど。その神リンネの事情は大体理解しました。
But anyway, Bap, you should at least be familiar with Rinne from the cameo that she had in the anime. For a quick moment. Maria! I was seriously surprised. Maria had been standing between Rinne and myself before we knew it.
はじめまして、その神リンネです。あなたはアルス・マリアさんだよね。
Yeah, but like I said, it was just a cameo, so you should at least recognize her design, and that's about it.
マリアと呼んでいただいて結構です。
あ、うん。じゃあマリアちゃんでいいかな。
はい、問題ありません。
ありがとう。ね、私の中の記憶にあるマリアちゃんは、先週ホームステイに来た外国に住んでるハーフの女の子。でもそれは本物じゃない。そうだよね。
Hey Gate, yes, it is Rinne. As I think I'm explaining for the third time in this episode, we have reached the third game, Rio Reincarnation, and Rinne shows back up. Hooray! Maria looked at me for a split second. She must be checking to see if it's okay for her to say so. I looked her in the eyes and softly nodded. When will you activate Turanzam? Well, considering I don't have a GN drive, not anytime soon.
そうなります。私は本来フラクシナスの人工知能です。こうして人と変わらないだけのパーソナリティを有していますが、本物ではありません。
If you want Gate Gaming, take a peek at on the Twitch side or the Rumble side. I just activated the closest thing that I have to Transam.
ごめんなさい。そういう意味で言ったんじゃないの。あなたを傷つけるようなことを言って本当にごめんなさい。
その神リンネ、あなたは優しいのですね。
She is. She's a very kind person.
そんなことないよ。私も教えてもらったの。もっと優しい人に。
The upcoming Banshee Norn and G-Gen Eternal, I will skip since I already have the Barbados First Limit Break and a narrative. Yeah, I'm gonna be skipping it as well. I'm just saving up for a good Gundam 00 unit these days.
それはあの人ですか？
そう、マリアちゃんが考えてる通りの人。
I would gladly replace Toka and Origami for these two.
そうですか。
Who are you guys talking about? Shido? Stop being denser than a bag of bricks. They're talking about you.
指導には関係ないこともないですね。
そうだね。指導には関係あるような、ないようなことだね。
That makes me even more curious. Where is the Trans Am? Here, let me turn it off. Have you guys seen the Gundam Wing 30th new animation? I did. It was cool. They redid the intro, they did. And I'll turn Trans Am back on the avatar. That makes me even more curious.
ともかくシドや園神リンネの会話から状況は推測できました。エデンと呼ばれる天使、あるいはそれに類似した能力の発動がこの現象の鍵になっている可能性が高いのですね。
That's the exam. You know what? Good one. That is the exam system now. I told you it was only the closest thing that I had to it. It was an actual Trans Am. Is Rene as strong as Mio or no? No, she is not. It is she has a similar power set, but definitely weaker. Much weaker. She can create a bubble universe, though. You're right, Maria. That's very likely. I feel like it's similar to your case, but...
いえ、ここが電脳空間でないことは間違いありません。しかし、私たちが異常な状況にいるのは確かです。解決するためには情報が必要でしょう。
What can we do to resolve it? I don't even know what that is. Not that it's a good enough reason to do nothing. But when you say gather information, what do you mean?
とりあえずはいつも通り過ごせばいいのではないでしょうか。まずはこの世界がどうなっているのかを確認するべきです。もちろんこの用意された日常を逸脱しない範囲でですが。
Hey, you have a good nap, Bap. Feel free to check out my backlog. I've got both of the previous 2 games played, so you can watch all of those and get caught up on it. The first game's Rene Utopia, the second game is Arusu Install. You can binge those and then get caught up in time for my next stream of this. I see. You have a point. It wouldn't be the first time we used this approach. There were hints about what was going on in our daily lives.
はい。この状況の中で過ごすうちに、その意図は見えてくるはずです。何者かがマリナのように接触してこないとも限りません。
そうね。私もマリアちゃんに同感かな。予感がするんだ。きっと指導は答えにたどり着く。
奇遇ですね。私も園神リンネと同じです。
Maria's Neurosama 2.0, right? I don't know what you mean by that. She is an artificial intelligence, though.
マリアちゃんもなんだ。あ、リンネでいいよ、マリアちゃん。堅苦しい感じするでしょ。
What did she call her? Oh, just full name, Rine Tsunogami.
わかりました。これからはリンネと呼ばせてもらいます。
改めてよろしくね、マリアちゃん。はい、
こちらこそよろしくお願いします、リンネ。
See, Shido, you're doing good harem management. The 2 girls like each other. Keep it up. Yurosama is the currently most advanced streamer AI. Ah, yeah, sounds right. Seeing them call each other by name made me tear up a bit. The 2 who should have disappeared have met, and can now be friends. It really feels like a dream. ... Suddenly, I felt a pang of pain in my heart. If Eden is a fake world like the other ones, someday it will disappear. Alright, we made it. Seems like we had plenty of time.
そうみたいだね。でも、ちょっと走ったから汗かいちゃった。
Well, some people are into that. Not me, so just, wipe off. Sorry about that. I should have checked the time better.
まったく、指導の計画性のなさには困ったものですね。
Listen, I have plans. I have backup plans. I have backup plans for my backup plans. But the backup plan to the backup plan to my backup plan is going with the flow and claiming that that was my plan all along.
確かにそうかも。指導は真面目に見えて、意外と大雑把なところあるもんね。
Hey, what's your guys' problem?
2人とも 指導のことをちゃんと分かっているということです。
Let me resend this. All the spirits that Mio have immunity. Mio has only Kurumi, who she doesn't have any, right? Sorry, I didn't follow.
そうそう。指導のいいところも悪いところも全部私たちは知ってるってこと。
And yet you like me despite knowing the good and the bad. That is nice. Of all the spirits that Mio has immunity, Mio has only Kurumi, who she doesn't have any. Okay. I don't know if it's that Mio doesn't have immunity, it's just that she was much stronger than all of the spirits. And Kurumi was able to put up a fight just because of all the clones. When you put it that way, you're making me blush!
あら、指導さん。今日は随分と遅かったですわね。それに、修行直前に来たばかりか。両手に花だなんて。指導さんも年頃の男の子ですのね。
See, I know it's not a compliment, but I'll take the compliment, Kurumi. And also, speak of the devil, Gate just talked about her. I mean, Mio can cancel every spirit ability she created, and the only way Mio defeats Kurumi is to strike her first before she could make a move. Ah, okay. Interesting. Yeah, that is a point. Kurumi, I'd offer you to join. There's a lack of space, but you could maybe hug me from behind or take a seat by by one of my legs. We can make space for you. Sit on my lap. Kurumi, why are you...
何をそんなに驚いておりますの？クラスメートなのですから当然でしょ？
Oh, that's right. I recalled a memory from before. The Kurumi in Eden was a clone based in the shrine. Seems like the one trapping us now has a similar power to Eden. But it seems like it hasn't completely replicated what life was like before. He also wasn't able to know that Shido made a time travel until Shido kissed, kissed Renee? Reina, yes.
気のない返事ですのね。いくら指導さんが女の子に好かれやすいからといって、そういう反応をされると傷つきますわ。泣いてしまいますわ。
Well, here, come closer, I'll pat you on the head and apologize. Sorry, I was just in a daze.
ではお詫びの意味も込めて、ここでそっと頭を撫でていただけまして。
I promise I haven't played the game before. You can see that the text is white. I just knew Kurumi's desires. She wanted those head pats. Of course not. That'll give people the wrong idea. Do it, Shido. Do it, Shido.
あらあら、残念ですわ。ですが指導さん、リンネさんが戻ってきたからといって、あまり気を抜いていてはいけませんわよ。
Time manipulation absolutely is OP. Right. Thanks. Seems like Kurumi also recognizes Rinne as my childhood friend. Come to think of it, in the My Little Shido 2 game that Maria was managing, Kurumi was a classmate. Does that mean this environment's been replicated? I don't know. Come to think of it, where's Maria?
マリアさんですの？それならあちらですわよ。
飛び市折り紙、それは本当なのか？
Oh shoot. Did the two of them just found out that I said I'd be willing to replace them for Rinne and Maria? Shit. Darn it. They overheard me.
間違いない。その神リンネは脅威。彼女が帰ってきたことで、指導が独り占めされてしまう可能性がある。
Darn it. Why is it that the only time these two are able to cooperate is when they're conspiring against me?
だからこのまま、その神リンネを放置するのは悪手。ヤトガミトオカも何か罠を仕掛けるべき。だが、リンネも私の大事な友の一人だ。それを陥れるなど。
Kotori is also able to defeat Kurumi just because Kurumi exhausted her time in their battle. Plus, Kotori lost control of herself. Yes, Kotori went berserk.
二人ともやめてください。それは自分の価値を貶める行為となってしまう可能性が高いです。
Thank you, Maria. I need you as an assistant harem manager.
価値を貶める？
はい。自分の欲求を満たすために他人を排除するというのは、一般的に見て良い行動とは言えません。逆に嫌われてしまう可能性も多大にあります。
Wise words, Maria. Wise words.
なんだと？騙したな。
私は危険性に対してベストな提案をしただけ。実際にそれを行うかどうかはあなたの勝手。
Kotori is the only spirit offensive-wise is as strong as inverse spirits. Yeah, that sounds right.
貴様、許さんぞ、飛び地折り紙。
ダメです。そろそろ授業が始まりますから、落ち着いて。
I couldn't help but laugh. Maria was in the classroom as if it were completely normal. And she's having fun. Up until now, I would have thought it would have been impossible.
いつかくんたら朝から一人で何を洗ってんの？ちょっと気持ち悪い。
Though according to the wiki, the strongest spirit goes to Muku. I mean, powers-wise, yeah. The ability to lock things is amazing.
これはどこかに監禁した幼女のことを思い出しているに違いない。
I haven't abducted any girls. They all come to me willingly. I don't even need candy or a promise of a puppy.
即刻通報の必要があるようだな。
I promise, my van has windows. Oh, I was just laughing. But for you to say that much about me is a bit messed up.
日頃の行いだバカ野郎。トウカちゃん、トビイチさんに幼馴染のリンネちゃん、さらには隣のクラスの病姉妹までと思っていたら、そこにホームステイの女の子だと。この変態、ド変態。
Also, Muku never lost control of herself in her inverse form. Ah. What are you doing in my class anyway? Why does our class have so many annoying people?
本当、指導はみんなの人気者だね。ええ、みんなの指導さんですから。
That sounds so wrong? Yep, he's everyone's Shido.
あら、そうですの。
Hey, better to be everyone's Shido than everyone's Shito. Basically, Muku has access on both her angel and demon. Okay.
シド、大変です。トウカと折り紙の言い争いがどうでもいい方向に脱線しています。最初は輪廻の話だったのに、今はコシアン派かつぶあん派かで争っています。
Yes, that is definitely a stupid tangent. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. Yeah, I noticed. It's the usual, so don't let it bother you. I told Maria not to worry and patted her head. Rather, her saying it's a stupid tangent is pretty messed up. Well, they really shouldn't be fighting.
こら、トウカちゃん、飛び市さん。ダメだよ。もうすぐ授業なんだから着席しないと。
Why Rine looks happier in her own game? Because she is aware that she isn't a ruler in this game. So she's just happy to be able to see Shido once again. She thought she was gone forever, and she's back and has a second chance to spend time with him.
わかった。すぐに戻る。
すまぬリンネ。私もすぐに戻るぞ。
Origami mentioned light flavored, buddy. How you doing? So this is Rinne route. I believe so.
二人とも
We haven't really picked the route yet.
それでいいの。ほら、指導もそろそろ着席。
Got it. Man, it's comforting to have you around, Renee.
あ、私なんて大したことしてないから。
八戸神10日、覚えておくといい。これが園神輪廻の手口。
There's Origami, back on screen for you.
なるほど。こうすれば指導に褒められるのか。さすがです。輪廻は手慣れていますね。
She is. Learn from her, Maria, and you can help manage the harem as well as she does. I don't know, that seems to be a weird way of putting things, but it's true. By the way, Stabity, what's your opinion on free UR pilot Lacus Klein? And where will you put her on an MS? She seems nice. Oh hey, 6 million downloads for G-Gen Eternal. Nice! She does seem pretty darn overpowered. So we get 3k more gems. Definitely looking forward to that. Need to get up to 60k gems. UR Pilot Lacus seems pretty darn good. She is a support unit, a support pilot, and a supporter at the same time. She seems pretty good. I'll need to find a good seed mobile suit to put her in. A good supporter. Probably a good Destiny unit. I haven't done any Destiny yet, though, so I don't really have a strong opinion. Yeah, I'd probably put her in UR Freedom. Oh, I don't have a UR Freedom, so... yeah.
10日や折り紙の言うように、本当に強力なライバルということですね。ようやく実感できました。
She's seed only, okay. 6 million downloads on G-Gen Eternal, not near enough to compete to Uma Musume. Yep. Miss Data Live SP. Light flavored. They literally just released it. It's Data Live Spirit Echoes. I just downloaded it yesterday and I've been playing it. Data Live Spirit Pledge is back. GG. Not Seed Destiny, just Seed. Okay, gotcha. And it's the old version. It's not the shitty HD version that got rid of all the dates. It is the original version that had all the dates. It's glitchy as fuck, but it's the original one that we loved. Me, I'm thinking of putting Rising Freedom or the free Murasame flight type. Okay. Is there any account restoration? Nope, not a chance. Completely different company is running it. All the data is gone forever. Lacus will probably gain stats only for TSA suits, most likely. Money gone, GG. I know. Huh? Did you say something, Maria?
いいえ、独り言です。
What A-gem is no date more? What game is no date more? So, Data Live Spirit Pledge, released back in 2000. Then they released an HD version, which sucked. And then a new company has taken it over. And then they closed down the HD version. A new company has taken over. They've got the old system. They've got Data Live Spirit Pledge. They renamed it Data Live Spirit Echoes. Of course, since it's a different company, they don't have the save game data, so all the data has been lost. I mean, I was free to play back then anyways, besides when I bought origami costumes, but no pay-to-win purchases. Yup, yeah. I spent quite a bit. I see. Then let's sit down. Sit down then. Renee will bring down the hammer if we keep at it.
はい、そうですね。
Is it in English? It is in English, yes. Renee's here, and so is Maria. It should have been our first time together like this, but it feels so normal. It was as if this was the way it's always been. Well, you had like a thing where all the money from chat would go into it, so it's fair. Yes, that is what I did. But something still feels strange in my heart. A world where the two are present must surely exist, but it's not real. I want to get Maria. To be honest, after watching you play her route, I fell in love with her. I know, she's amazing!
はーい、ホームルームを始めますよ。
Yep, our gamer, I maxed out Master League. I hit the 150k. I did not care about going up any higher to get the better tier rewards. I am satisfied at getting 150,000 points in Master League. That feeling went away as the school bell rang, and Tama-chan took her place at the front of the classroom. Plus, she's digital waifu, so she won't be able to cheat on us, lol. Woo! We did it! We reached the end of the morning of day 1. Anyway, let's go ahead and drop a save. Onto save file 30, we can absolutely overwrite that. And that is it for this episode. The stream continues. The episode's over. So please, like, follow, subscribe, check me out on Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, and Kick. Free money in the description as always, and I'll see you guys in the next part. Bye-bye. Yeah, I gotta run to the bathroom, and we'll be right back and continuing on with the next episode. Bro's face is making door noises. Now it's making room ambiance. Oh. Yes, be silly like that. Anyway, I guess let's take a brief detour. Oh. Toromikan39 is streaming G-Gen. Cool. Anyway, not my immediate concern at the moment. Oh no, she will go to Yamai, sister. Well, let me tell you what's on my guide. First Tama-chan, then Tonomachi to get the side quests out of the way. And then we will be doing Maria and Rinne. Oh yeah, definitely going for the best route. Yeah. Anyway, before we do that though, I do have one other thing that I'll be doing first. And take you. Her phone should be hitting 27K if the new tower goes well. Nice. Now, let's just get that out of the way. You out of the way. Do not disturb. And you. There we are. Though I'm not excited for the next few months' upcoming banners. Yeah. Well, we have, Don't Care About IBO or SD Gundam. I feel you there. However, we have the undefeated of the East, Master Aja. And let's go ahead and quickly swap over to there. And on the Rumble side, There. Coup is unlimited. By the way, I already told you that I limit break one my UR Barbados, right, since I got a copy via free ticket. Do you think I did a good job limit breaking him, or should I save it up for another pilot? Should pull him. Master Asia is unlimited. Okay. Might pull him off banner depending on what banner it is. Gotcha. No, I mean, if you got a duplicate, then yeah, you limit break it. You don't make second copies until you've max limit broken something already. So yeah, anyway, let me double check here. Are we showing what I'm expecting to see? Twitch? No. So I'll probably get Meek and Barbados off the premium gacha and then work on getting Yona and the narrative Apex. Guys on Twitch, do you still see Rio Reincarnation? We got the same map screen here that we had previously, or are you seeing something different? Because on YouTube, it's different. 20% stats first limit break is really huge. Help me at Master League. Yes, the 20% limit break for the first star truly is amazing. Let me just force reset and see if that does the trick. No, it does not. Huh. Okay, Rumble, modify. Please tell me why internal... Can I switch? All right. How about now? Twitch, please cooperate. Nope. Though Barbados 6th isn't your favorite Barbados, that goes to Barbados Lupus Rex, but still a Barbados to you. Yep. Okay. It is annoyingly not working. So let's modify Rumble once again. Scene. Modify quickly, Jijin VTube. Let's see if that fixes it. Come on. Yes, we did it. And oh, that is not the layout that I want. Definitely not the layout I want. Let's fix that. We can just hide Gundam. We can hide BS. We can hide Stab. Ring. There we go. VTube test. We'll move you, say, to right there. And mobile will move to there, and boom. Is this pledge? Yes. Zach 1328, thank you. Thank you for the follow. All right. This is Spirit Pledge. Oh, I am way too far to the side. Let's fix that. There we are. That's better. Nope, I can
Still going too far to the side when things happen, but that's fine. How big is the game currently? All right. 1 second. Let me get audio set up, and then we can go from there. Take you. Take you. Get rid of that temporarily. My earbuds in. And get that plugged in over there. Here we are. Is Spirit Echo bring Stabity? Yes. Spirit Pledge is a mobile game. Spirit Echo is the same thing, just redone. And yeah, it's Spirit Pledge brought back from end of service. So let's go ahead and download now. YouTube's looking correct. Rumble and Twitch are looking correct, so we're good to go. Is this a gacha game? Oh, most certainly. It is absolutely a gacha game. Origami inverse form, yes. We get inverse origami. Oh, wow. I did all of that work literally for the server to be under maintenance. From July 30th, 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. Lovely. How useless. And it is at UTC -3, which is Atlantic time. Weird. Data Live Twin Edition Rio Reincarnation. Yes. Talk about big bad luck. I know. I went through the whole effort of setting this up and nothing. But that's fine. Let's get back here into the game. Good. And let's jump over to let's see, Steam game and Rumble modify GGen Eternal Time. As nice as it would be, no, I'm gonna stick to it's already late. I'm just gonna do one last episode of Data Live Rio Reincarnation, then call it a night. Tomorrow, though. Tomorrow, absolutely, we are doing a big chunk of GGen Eternal. So, now Rumble, modify. Change this to Steam Game VTube. Okay. And Rumble, quickly stop and start. And we can unplug that, because that was a failure. Disconnect. Goodbye. Here we are. Twitch is functioning correctly. Let's lose all of that. Get my headphones. Oh. Yeah, it's funny. All the chatting is picking up right about now that I'm basically ready to sleep. But I'll still be doing one last thing. Now let's make sure we are actually playing properly here on YouTube. Yes, we are. Good. YouTube is set up properly. Twitch is going properly. Everything's going properly. Good. If the stream hasn't reset, refresh your browser. There. Simple enough. Meanwhile, I need to hop in here and see what we're gonna do. Okay. Tama-chan, Tonomachi, Maria, and Rinne. Easy does it. No sounds. Yes, no sounds because I just don't have it up front. Now we have sounds. All right, and we're back. On the stream side, we took a quick break to go show off Data Live Spirit Echoes. Rumble quickly, the famous last word. Anyway, we went to do, to show off Data Live Spirit Echoes since it's back. And of course, I made it right in time for a maintenance. So I didn't get to show it off, but whatever. I'm gonna get back here. No, not quick load. Not quick load. Let's go back to school. Here we are. We start off with Tama-chan on the landing. Let's see what she has to tell us. Also, all the girls are paired up. Interesting. Still no audio here. Shoot. But actually, let's just scrap the recording. That sometimes happens. Alright, so simple solution. We go to Rumble. We will, let's see if we... It's not going to help us. Mute tab. Let's go to Rumble here and chat. It does look like we're getting audio. That's good. You have video, but no audio. So let's go to Rumble chat. Kill Odyssey. Yes. Kill Twitch. Yes. And modify Steam Game VTube. Share from Twitch Rumble. Okay. And start directly. All right, audio check, audio check. Audio, 1, 2, 3, audio. I can check on my playback monitor. Yep. All right, we are getting audio. So hooray. Twitch audio seems to be fixed. Tama-chan, Tonomachi, Maria, and Rinne. Simple enough. Chef's kiss, now it's perfect. Wonderful! Hello and welcome to another episode of Data Live Rio Reincarnation. I'm Bring Stabbity, the stabbiest stab that ever stabbitied, and in between this and the last episode, I went to show off Data Live Spirit Echoes since it's back. Back. It's Data Live Spirit Pledge before the HD version, the one that actually let you go on dates.
And it's back under a new name, Spirit Echoes instead of Spirit Pledge. And of course, when I went to go show it off, the server was under maintenance. Dow! Anyway, enough of that. Let's just do more Rio Reincarnation. So, let's start off with some side stories, namely Tama-chan.
いつかくん、ちょっといいですか？
Sure, I mean, Sensei, what is it?
ですね、これってなんとなくなんですけど、アルスさんとその神さん、何か悩みがあるんじゃないですか？
Maria and Rinne. She had a point. Those two have a lot on their plates. I'm sure their minds feel heavy. I'll have to play it off, though. I don't think so. Why do you think so?
そうですね。強いて言うなら、勘です。
A hunch.
こうビビビッと教師としての私の本能がですね。
Is that different than a woman's intuition? I see. Well, I'll be on my way.
またビビッときましたよ。いつかくん、もしかして。
Yes?
いつかくんも何か悩み事があるんじゃないですか？
Oh, nothing in particular?
そうですか。それじゃあ、その神さんとアルスさんについて何か気づいたら教えてくださいね。
Okay, later, Sensei.
はい、さようなら。おかしいな。
Tama-chan is smarter than she lets on. She sure is reliable. Well, not where marriage is concerned. Alright, and next up we have Tonomachi in the rear of the school building. Yes, let's go.
いつかか。
Hey, you just sighed at me. That's so rude.
ため息ね。しょうがないだろうが。ため息くらいつかせてくれよ。なあ。
What's with you all of a sudden?
いきなりなんかじゃねえよ。いつもだ。いつも毎日俺は思ってたよ。いつかお前を見てふざけんなってな。
That isn't polite. Why is that?
ああ、一周回って穏やかすぎるくらい穏やかじゃない。幼馴染のリンネちゃん、こともあろうに同居中のマリアちゃん、やたらと仲いい雰囲気のトウカちゃんに飛び一、かぐやちゃん、ゆずるちゃん、トキサキさん、そしてミクタン。
What's up with you?
なんでだよ。なんだよ。少し前までお前は俺と一緒だったじゃないか。ひとまとめでモテない男同士だったじゃないかよ。
Tonomachi, that was like 2 years ago, buddy. Since then, I've had my swag puberty. And you know, I can't turn it off, and I'm just covered in bitches. Okay?
くそ俺たちは親友だって。大人の階段を登るときは同じタイミングだって。
Sorry, but you're a creep.
訴えてやる。
Hey, wait! Tonomachi went off crying. What is his deal? His deal is jealousy. Alright, next up, classroom. Here we are. We are going to Maria and Rinne. They have definitely made themselves best girls so far in this game, and we've literally just started. Bum, bum, bum. After classes were finished for the day, I wrapped up my after-school duties. I have to cook dinner, so I guess I'll drop by the market before going home. Oh, but if Rine went before me, then we might double up on groceries. I could give her a call to check. She hung up? I wonder if she's inside the market already.
お仕事お疲れ様、シド。
Rine, you were waiting for me. Sorry for keeping you.
全然大丈夫。私が勝手に待ってただけだから。どうせなら一緒に行きたいなって。それにずっとお話ししてたから全然退屈しなかったよ。
Talking? Is someone waiting with you?
パ
Ah! What?
シド、驚きすぎです。
Why, thank you. I am a trained thespian. And I just dropped my controller. Good thing none of the buttons got pressed. I am a trained thespian. I've been in 5 plays. I've been in 1 musical. I have talent. I can sing. I can dance. I can act. Of course I'm theatrical. I can also do melodrama. Melodrama is so fun. Oh, it's you, Maria. Were you the one talking with Rine?
はい、私ですよ。いろいろと情報を共有していました。
Oh, I mean, you're like a portable Google. Although, more like a portable DuckDuckGo. Better than Google. Sharing information?
私がいなかった時のこと、いろいろ聞いたの。私もリンネのことをいろいろ聞きました。
I see. You two sure got close. Rine doesn't know anything that's happened recently. Maria doesn't know Rine. I guess they'd have a lot to talk about. Stabby, can I ask if Maria is in the pledge and is she limited or non-limited there? She is... Which one? No. Rine is currently in Spirit Echoes as like the featured gacha at the moment. But Maria is in the game, just I don't think she's available right now. But I might be wrong. I feel a little emotional because I never thought there'd come a day when the two would be laughing with one another.
指導の視線から不正のようなものを感じます。
Maria, you may call it fatherly. I call it daddy. Huh?
確かにそれっぽいかも。なんだか目線は合ってるけど、遠くを見てるというか。
No, it's not like that. I just finished up, so let's hurry and go to the market.
若干腑に落ちませんが、そうですね。夕食の用意をする時間もありますから。それなら、指導は早く帰る準備をしないとね。
Oh, hang on a bit.
つい最近のことなのに、なんだか懐かしい感じがします。
Maria walked merrily in front of me. I was happily looking around her. You look like you're having fun, Maria.
はい。こうしてまた、自分の足でこの道を歩けるなんて考えていませんでしたから。
But don't do anything dangerous, okay? There are cars here, you know?
言われなくても分かっています。指導は少し過保護すぎます。
Hey, I protect those that I cherish.
二人ともなんだか兄弟みたいだね。
Thanks, Rine, but how about a bickering couple instead of brother and sister? I'd prefer that one.
リンネ、その言葉は撤回してください。
Yes, I concur with Maria.
え？私は指導にとっての妹ではありません。絶対になりません。そうですね、指導。
Yep, those slots are already taken. We have the adopted little sister, We have the biological little sister. We also have, yeah, those are the two little sisters. Maria, she is the sentient personal digital assistant. She's just a PDA that grew legs. Oh, yeah, I guess. Come to think of it, we had a similar conversation before. I remember she pouted because I didn't treat her like a girl.
妹は大切な人になれても彼女にはなれませんから。
Well, don't tell that to Katori because she is trying like all hell. And Mana probably too.
そっか。マリアちゃんはシドの彼女になりたいんだ。
はい。私とシドはキスも済ませた関係ですから。
Hey, Maria-san! It's true, but her statement can be misleading.
それなら私、マリアちゃんを応援するよ。
No, bad Rene, bad Rene. Root for the harem option. Root for the harem ending.
リンネ、本当に。で、昔の私ならきっとそう言っていたと思う。でもごめんなさい。今の私にはそんなこと言えない。私もシドの一番近くにいたい。一番大切な人でありたい。それがたとえ無限に続く夢の中だとしても。
Will you accept a tie for first place? Her words felt like nails being driven inside me, and I should have known about Rene's feelings, and how she's not good at expressing herself.
だからマリアちゃんには、トウカちゃんにだって飛び市さんにだって誰にだって譲らない、譲りたくない、そんな風に思うんだ。なんでだろう。
Because you've become more human since the first game, and you're willing to, put yourself out there. You're not gonna sit in the corner and say that you're gonna root for whichever girl I decide. You're in the game! You wanna win!
昔はシドさえ幸せならそれでいいって本当にそう思ってたのに。おかしいな。なんだか私が私じゃないみたい。
おかしくなんてありません。
え？
おかしくなんてありません。好きな人と一緒にいたいと思うのは当然のことです。
Gasp!
愛というものなのですから。
Gasp! Shock! Character development! Maria knows what love is!
マリアちゃん。そうだね。きっとそう。私はシドの隣にいたい。こんなに簡単なこと、なんで私今まで言えなかったんだろう。なんでこんなに時間がかかっちゃったんだろう。
Rene.
それを認識したということは、改めてリンネと私はライバルです。
Oh no.
リンネには、いえ、トウカたちにだって絶対に負けません。
No, bad, bad. No rivals. Kiss and make up.
私も負けない。
Only way for both of them to not lose is a tie, like I was saying.
はい。
The two looked at one another and started to laugh. The heavy air from earlier was gone, and it seems like they're back to their usual selves. All right, then let's head to the market. What's wrong, you two?
では、行きましょうか、リンネ。
そうだね。そうしよっか。
Hey, what's up with you guys? Did I say something?
そういえばシドのところ、 もう醤油使い切る頃なんじゃない？
No, Shido already has too much soy. He needs to go on an anti-soy diet. It's the only way he'll mature enough for season 5 like he canonically did. Oh, you're right. I think we'll use a lot of it today, so why don't we buy 2 big ones?
醤油ならそこの売り場ですね。こだわりがなければライトバリューのものが安いようですが。
マリアちゃん、クックーマンを持ってきてもらっていい？ちょっと高いけど指導のところはだいたいそれ買ってるから。
そうなのですか？
Yeah, well, we do buy other brands from time to time, but I do often buy Cookman.
そうだったのですか。すみません、指導。今まであまり気にしたことがありませんでした。
It's not like I'm particular, though. The taste of your dishes can change when you change the soy sauce brand, so I do like to change brands sometimes.
なるほど。これでまた一つ指導のことを知ることができました。
It's not that big of a deal.
そうだよ、マリアちゃん。指導の家でご飯を作ってればいつの間にか覚えるよ。
なんだかリンネに言われると負けた気がします。
もうそんなことないってば。お醤油もこれで大丈夫。あと足りないのは
果物なども用意した方がいいかもしれませんね。
A tomato is not a hand fruit. Ah, you have a point. I'm starting to get tired of baking dessert. When we first entered the market, both Rene and Maria seemed to be in a bad mood. But as we discussed what to make, things returned to normal. Seems like there's still a hint of rivalry, but that much is something my heart can handle. So I'm happy!
フルーティーな野菜の定番といえばトマトですね。野菜のカテゴリーながらデザートとして使用されることも多いです。また色素成分のリコピンには様々な効能があります。
Yeah, and you can put either sugar or salt on it, and it really brings out the taste of the tomato. Well, that sounds good. Let's buy some
ちょ
tomatoes.
っと待って。桃が特売なんだけどどうかな。時期はちょっとずれてるけど見た感じすごく良さそう。
But are they Georgia peaches? Peaches, huh? It's true that we don't usually have them at home. Do you want to go with that?
ですが先ほどリンネ自身が言ったように桃の旬は夏場です。今の時期では本来の味が出ていないと考えます。ここはやはりトマトかと。
Take both. Take both. Well, you have a point. It's probably on sale because it's off season. Ah, now I'm not sure.
マリアちゃんが言ってることもわかるけどトマトより甘い桃の方がトウカちゃんたちも喜ぶと思うな。
Rene's absolutely right about that one.
リンネ、それならフルーツトマトもあります。果物に引けを取らない甘さを味わえますよ。
Girls are just constantly bringing up good points.
でもフルーツトマトって結構値段するでしょ。わざわざ高価なものを買う必要もないんじゃない？
指導は新しいものを試してみるのが好きですから問題ないかと。フルーツトマトをちゃんと食べたことはなかったはずですし。そうですよね、指導。
Yes, that's true, but it's not like I want to force myself to eat it. I sense a sharp gaze. Well, I guess it's worth trying.
そうですよね。指導ならそう言ってくれると信じていました。
でも指導は同じくらい節約家だから。ほら指導、これ普段の半額くらいだしお買い得だよ。
I mean, you're speaking my language there, Rene. It's true it may be a good deal, but you don't have to be so gung-ho over the peaches. I sense a strong sense of pressure from Rene. Well, I guess when it's on sale, it'd be a shame not to buy it.
そうだよね。だって指導は私と同じで買い物上手だもん。
Why does it feel so cold suddenly? Hey, you two, it's not like it has to be either or. Thank you. Finally figuring things out, Shido. So, why don't we buy both? Just like we want to pick both. We finished grocery shopping and headed home. Maria and Rene had 2 bags and I had 4. We ended up buying a lot of things. But we sure bought a lot. Can we eat all of this?
よく食べる子が多いし、多分大丈夫じゃないかな。不安だったら殿町くんとか呼ぶ？
No, we don't have to call him. If we did, he'd be really annoying.
それ、殿町くんが聞いたら泣いちゃうよ。
He'd probably cry regardless. Let him cry. Well, if we have any leftover ingredients, we can think of the menu for tomorrow.
それなら私が最適なレシピを考えておきます。どれが残ってもいいようにあらかじめいくつかパターンを想定した方が良さそうですね。
それなら私も手伝うよ。一緒に考えよう。
Rene is a bad rival. She wants to be friends much more than she wants to be rivals.
そうですね。リンネがいれば心強いです。
Seems like I don't need to be here.
ないんじゃないかな。
Oof! Don't confirm it like that.
ないでしょうね。
You guys don't have to be that direct. It's as if I'm in the way. Sometimes these two are competing, and other times they're close. I feel like it's odder than Toka's and Origami's relationship. Yes, but it's also better.
だって私とマリアちゃんがいればシドが無理にご飯作らなくてもいいと思うんだけど。
You have a good point.
はい。私たちはシドよりも美味しい食事を用意できます。
Well, that may be true, but I'm starting to lose my position.
そんな捨てられた子犬のような顔をしないでください、シド。何も意地悪をしているわけではありません。
実はさっきシドが会計してる時にね、マリアちゃんと話したの。それでね、シドを助けようって決めたんだ。
Help us do what? Help me?
この世界で過ごすための手伝いという意味です。シドはいろいろなものを一人で背負ってしまいがちですから。
今の私たちじゃシドをこの世界から出してあげられない。でもね、だからこそやれることは全部やりたいなって思うんだ。
You guys.
私たち以外は異変が起きていることにすら気づいていない。だからもっと頼ってくれていいんですよ。
That's true?
そうそう。シドが一人で悩んでいるのを見るのは私たちも辛いから。
Okay, thanks. I'll depend on you guys when the time comes. With that, I started to walk faster.
シド、突然どうしたのですか？
少し恥ずかしかったからかな。
Rene's voice from behind wasn't off. I was a bit shy about it, but something else was on my mind. I've ended Eden once. Same goes for Maria's virtual reality world. This dream, the fake scenery of non-reality. Is this a dream that I have to wake up from? Rene said before that we should feel happiness in this world. The me of the past would have immediately said, that's wrong. But now, there's a side of me that doesn't think that way anymore. I'm starting to think that there may be another way. I'm going to keep this to myself. I'm not ready yet. I had some free time, so I went to my room. Rene and Maria had just finished preparing dinner. It's the first time I'd been in my room since I left this morning. Before that phenomenon happened, I would have been in my room. I knew it. I was thinking about that moment from this morning. As I opened my desk drawer, there was a small bag inside. This was a key that Kotori gave me, saying I could give it to someone. Or it should have been. Well, I guess that's what it's for. Or else this place wouldn't exist, but... I remember that this world was recreated. I met Maria, and seeing Rinne, I remembered. This key was what Rinne had forgotten. The one thing that I gave Rinne, proof of us being family. I wonder if Rinne remembers our last conversation. We decided that we're going to start over together. But then Rinne disappeared, along with Eden. Is this something I need to give Rinne once more? But this may be something incredibly cruel. What do I want to do? I don't think it's okay to remain in this world. But at the same time, there's a part of me that cherishes my days with Rinne and Maria. So I... Okay, sorry, I'll be over right away. I shut my drawer and headed to the living room.
吉野ちゃん、今日も可愛いですね。1週間でどの日が一番可愛いんですか？
Miku, stop hitting on the 40-year-old woman that's trapped in a 12-year-old's body.
わかりません。ゆずるさん、こういう時はどう答えたら？
No need to ask Yuzuru. Yoshino, the correct answer is any day that ends in Y.
シナン、マスター折り紙も言っていました。自分が可愛くない時などない。女はいつでも好きな人のために可愛くなると。
So Yuzuru basically said what I said, but longer.
おお、それは折り紙ちゃんかっこいいね。吉野もズバッと言い切っちゃおう。ズバッと。私どうしたら。
ほう、これが今宵灼熱の豪華をもたらすという漆黒の大盾か。これでじわじわとニエを焼き尽くすわけだな。
It's called a pan.
では試しにかぐやを鉄板に上げてみましょうか。折り紙、かぐやを縛ってください。
Good choice.
任された。
ちょっと待て。ニエが私なんて一言も言ってないし。
それなら邪魔せずにあっちで他の人と戯れていてください。油を引けませんので。
わかった。我は今宵の晩餐を静かに待つとしよ
う。ではマリア、私はこれを縛って外に出してくる。ご自由にどうぞ。
どうしてみんな騒がしいな。ヘリネお姉ちゃん、もっとお皿出す？そうだね。あ、お皿はもう大丈夫かな。これ以上置いちゃうと狭いだろうし。足りなくなったら汚れたのと交換で持ってくるから。
Rinne's dressed fancy, but kinda old? Like not grandma old, but mother old.
その方が良いですわね。この人数ですし。
Huh, if there are this many people, this is pretty crazy. Not only are there morning people here, we also have Origami and Kurumi as well. Something feels off, but... Oh! Hey, Kotori, what happened to Reina-san? She usually drops by on days like this.
ああ、レイね。折り紙が来るから、今日は来ない方がいいだろうって言ってたよ。
Ah, makes sense. Unfortunately, since Reina-san is school faculty, Origami wouldn't understand what's going on. It would be difficult for Reina to come over.
シド、こんなにいっぱい食べ物があって、たくさん人がいるなんてすごいな。
Yeah, this may be a first, but don't forget that this is a celebration of Rinne's return, okay? Toka, you were the one that brought it up.
わかっているぞ。おい 美味しいものがいっぱい食べられそうだな。
Toka, were you really listening to me?
準備完了だぞお兄ちゃん。家主として温度は任せた。
Okay, okay, got it. Leave the rest to me. Oh, I'm not the master of the house or anything. Own it, Shido! Own it! Take ownership! Seize the day! Carpe diem! Barine, would you say something before I do my toast?
私
Who else? We're all gathered here for you.
それじゃあみんな私のために集まってくれてありがとう。今度は本当にお友達になりたいな。
Rine's words made me stop breathing. Those words seemed really cruel for Rine. It's as if she were saying that her connection with everyone was fake. I looked over at Maria and our eyes met. Maria smiled as if she were troubled. I knew we couldn't help it. We were the only ones who knew.
リンネは何を言っているのだ。私たちはすでに友と言える関係ではないか。あ、そうだね。ありがとうトウカちゃん。改めてみんなよろしくね。よろしくな。
あなたは私の乗り越えるべき壁。簡単な理由で去ってもらっては困る。よろしくお願いします。私こそリンネさんにはお世話になってます。リンネちゃんよろしく。
よろしくお願いしますわね、リンネさん。リンネさんがいるとシドウさんの周りがいつもより面白くなるので興味深いですわ。
I mean, she's not wrong.
我が重木としての自覚が足らぬようだな。すでにお主は我から離れたくとも離れられない。そのような存在になっていることに気がつかんとは。
Kaguya, talk like a normal person, please.
確信。ゆずるもかぐやもリンネを大切な友人だと考えています。
That's better.
リンネさんとは目が合った瞬間からお友達ですよ。とっても可愛い女の子ですし。
That is technically true.
そうですね。リンネも私と気軽に話してくれると嬉しいです。みんなありがとう。すごく嬉しい。
I think everyone's response is their honest feelings. Seeing everyone today makes me feel that way. All right, then let's do this. Cheers! And just like that, we cast away the sentimental vibe and started our party.
よし、次はこの肉を焼くぞ。
Of course, that's what Toka wants.
どうかさん、お肉ばかり焼いていてはダメですわよ。
I don't
こう
know.
いう時はバランスを良くしませんと。
There's people that do really well on the carnivore diet.
ヤトガミトオカは肉ばかり食べ過ぎている。そのままだと豚になることは間違いない。
豚だと？そんなはずが。いや、ちょっと待つのだ飛び地折り紙。これは牛肉。豚にはならないだろう。
Who knows? They might mix in the pig with the cow.
話にならない。
あらあら、毒気を抜かれてしまいましたわね。
Toka is so dumb that you can't even insult her.
よしなちゃん、小鳥ちゃん、これ焼いておきましたからね。わーい、お肉。ありがとうございます。
これはなかなかの一品だな。まさに我にふさわしい一品と言えよ。
指摘。それはギャグのつもりですか？ププ。
ギャグって。あ、で、違うし、偶然だし、たまたまだし。
This is really delicious. I would say this suits me well. I don't know how that's a joke. I don't see the joke there at all.
失笑。かぐやのセンスに脱帽です。かっこ笑い。
だから違うって言ってんでしょうが。
I thought it would be more chaotic, but it seems like everyone is doing well with each other.
シド、ちゃんと食べてる？
Yeah, how about you, Rene? You're the guest of honor today, but you're working too hard.
私はいいの。こうしてる方が好きだから。それより、みんなが楽しそうでよかった。
Yeah, I'm surprised.
もしかしたらみんな私に遠慮してくれてるのかも。
Huh? What do you mean?
トウカちゃんもトビイチさんもいつもなら真っ先に指導のところに来るでしょ。でも今日はそんな感じじゃないから。
Oh, I see. Then let's switch, Rene.
どういうこと？
Go mingle with everyone. You want to be their friend, right?
そうする。お願いしていい？シド。任せてください。私も手伝います。
That's fine, but don't answer for me.
ありがとう。二人とも。ちょっと行ってくるね。
Alright, have fun.
シドは優しいですね。
Where's that coming from? You're making me blush.
でも女心は全然わかっていませんね。
Now that is 100% true. What are you talking about?
いいえ、何でもありません。それよりリンネの代わりをしっかり果たしましょう。
Now see, what Shido should do is have an apron that says kiss the chef. And he should just stand there and cook and say that the price of a meal is a kiss. I nodded and started to move. Rene seemed to be talking with Toka and the girls already.
そっか、トウカちゃんも料理うまくなりたいんだ。
Yeah, I don't trust them. I do not trust her cooking skills enough, even if they get improved.
もちろんだ。そうすれば私もうまいものを作れるようになるし、指導に作ってやることもできるだろ。そうだね。トウカちゃんが本気なら私も協力するからね。
その髪リンネ、それなら私も一緒でも構わない？
構わないけど、どうして？
胃袋をつかむのは重要。それに八戸神10日に先を越されるのは正直不愉快。
Yeah, considering neither of them know how to make decent food.
なんだと？貴様はいつも好き放題言いよって。
これは個人的な感想。あなたにあれこれ言われる言われはない。
ちょっとトウカちゃんもトビイチさんも落ち着いてってば。
Rene is trying way more than before. Seeing her talking to them made me smile.
シド、嬉しそうですね。
Huh? Do I really?
はい。女の子を見ながらにやついている指導はとても幸せそうです。
Well, if you don't want me to stare at girls from afar, I could stare at the girl right next to me instead. But the way you put it is... I can't tell if she's doing it on purpose. She absolutely is doing it on purpose. Or if she's just oblivious like that. I gave a big sigh before going back to washing the dishes. It was worth all this just to see everyone have so much fun. Even Rene and Maria looked like they were enjoying themselves. But it can't be like this forever. There are so many things we need to think about. Maybe I'll go for a walk. Come to think of it, when I first met her, it was around this time. Not much time has passed since then, but Maria's here with me now. That's why it reminds me of her. Marina, a girl who left Maria behind and disappeared. While I was remembering my time in the virtual world, I realized I'd arrived at Takadai Park. It's late. Of course there's no one else around but me. I was only planning to take a stroll through the block, but I ended up walking further than I thought. If I take too long getting back, I might make Rine and Maria worry. I should hurry up and go home. Should I run? No, I don't have to do that much. If I just speed walk... Just then, I heard footsteps, even though the park was supposedly empty. I had hopes, but considering that we were in Eden, I figured it might be a possibility. Huh? Huh? When I turned around towards the voice I heard, the person that was there was... an unfamiliar girl, looking bewildered and innocent. Girl? At a time like this? Come on, look at her outfit. She's obviously, main character potential. I couldn't explain it, but she had an undeniable presence. And she seemed a bit familiar. I mean, she looks like a mini Rinne, like Rinne's little sister. Or a time-traveling daughter. What? Papa? What is this girl talking about? Yeah, Shido has an amazing ability to not sleep with all the girls that really, really, really want him to sleep with them. Wait a minute. I'm Shido Itsuka. I'm a high school student. It's too soon for me to have a child your age. That's right. I'm not your papa. She doesn't get it at all. Me? Papa? What does that mean? No, so what Papa is... okay? Well... Huh? What do you mean? The most important thing? Who are you? She already told you her name is Rio. Rio. Did you say Sonogami? Like, Rinne? I was dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events, and this girl named Rio ran off somewhere. Perhaps to Rio de Janeiro. Wait a minute! Rio! Rio! I rushed after her, but just as I thought, she didn't respond. Who was she? Her aura was like a spirit, and her name, Rio Sonogami. Her last name was the same as Rinne's. So is she related to Rinne in some way? Come to think of it, she does resemble Rinne a bit. But she called me Papa. Who was she? Huh?
何ほうけた顔してるわけ？私の顔 忘れちゃった？
Marina? You're in this world too?
ええ。消えたはずの私は今ここに存在してる。それは間違いのない事実。あなたは残念よね。せっかく邪魔者を消す。
Don't be like that. I'm so glad to see you again.
ちょっと話してよ。私は君のそういうところが気に食わないの。
Oh, sorry. I couldn't help it.
ついじゃないわよ。さすがジゴロは違うわね。それで無自覚なんでしょ。いつか捕まるわよ。
I get that a lot. Then maybe you should fix it, you know? Especially from the I My Me trio.
何よ。そんなに私に会いたかったの？
Yeah, I'm happy.
なんかムカつく。
She'd rather that we be upset. Well, what?
私が声をかけるまで頭の中からすっ飛んでたくせに、そんな真面目な顔で調子いいこと言っちゃって。
Well, I don't have any excuses, but...
まあ、でも仕方ないかもね。あんな可愛い娘に会ったんだもの。ね、パパ。
Marina, you saw?
そりゃね、全部見てたよ。それに私は君よりあの子のことを知ってる。
Who was she? How do you know so much?
さて、どうしてだろうね。
You know what? Wait, before we go there, can you tell me who she is?
そうだな。あの子はね、探し物をしてる。自分でも言ってたでしょ。
Ah, she did. She said, it was the most important thing, right?
ええ、そうね。でもそれ以上は私の口からは言えない。
Marina, do you know something about this world?
そうね。知ってる。少なくとも君よりは。まあもちろん聞かれたからって教えてあげるほど素直な女じゃないけどね。
She doesn't put out information. She hasn't changed a bit, but I found her way of speaking nostalgic. In a way. Well then, I'm not going to ask you now. What do you plan on doing from here?
私？
Yeah, it's not like you're going to come visit, come to Maria's, right?
そうだね。私はあの子を手伝うことにした。
Anoko, so she's referring to Rio. Help Rio?
そう。なんだか放っておけないのよ。妹の面倒を見てるような感じかな。素直ないい子よ。口うるさいマリアと違って。
I see. Isn't that nice?
はあ？よかったって何の話よ。私は特に目的もないから暇つぶしに手伝ってあげるだけ。
Gosh, you really are something.
それじゃそろそろ行くわね。リオを待たせちゃってるだろうし、君も家に帰らないとダメでしょ。
Yeah, then can I say one thing before we leave?
何よ。変な質問だったら許さないけど。
That outfit is cute. I've never seen you in normal clothes, so it's really new to me.
バカじゃないの？
Yes? It hurts. Don't throw rocks at me.
うるさい。まったく、そうやって褒めるんなら。
Then what?
最初に褒めなさいよ。本当に女の敵なの？
I don't remember becoming one, but sorry? I just messed up with Maria by talking about her clothes.
ああ、なんだかどうでもよくなっちゃった。またね。いつか指導。
Yeah, later, Marina. Marina should have disappeared, but I was able to see her again. And I have a feeling I'll see her again sometime soon. She did say later. In the end, there are so many things I can't figure out. In fact, I feel like even more mysteries are piling on. But I did learn one thing. Marina changed. Marina is probably the same Marina before she disappeared. She hasn't forgotten the kindness of saving her little sister. That made me so happy.
Shido, おかえりなさい。遅かったけど、結構遠くまで散歩してたの?
Rine, you see through everything. Yeah, I started to walk and lost track of time. I should keep my meeting with Rio and Marina a secret for now. I still don't know what's going on as it is. I don't want to worry Rine even more.
どうしたの? もしかして何かあった?
See? You can't fool her. Oh, nothing, I was just thinking.
もしかして、この世界の...
Oh, no, it's seriously not a big deal.
そう?あんまり一人で考えすぎるとダメだよ。私でよかったらいつでも相談に乗るから。
You shouldn't think too hard, Shido. You might hurt yourself. Yeah, I know. So are Toka and the others.
結構遅くまで話してたんだけど、ついさっきマンションに帰ったよ。小鳥ちゃんたちもお風呂入って寝ちゃった。
I see. Thanks for taking care of everyone, Rine.
お安いご用だよ。それじゃ、私も帰るね。
Okay, got it, Rine. Good night.
おやすみ、シド。また明日ね。
Yeah, tomorrow. This world. A new Eden. What is it for? The same world Rine created, but it's not by Rine. Maria and Marina are here too. This shouldn't be happening! Rio, I wonder if that girl knows the secret to this world. There's no proof, but... Most important thing, what could it be? Does it pertain to me? Or her? I don't even know where to start. If it's something important for me. Then I thought about the little bag. I thought I saw it recently. Can't be. I shouldn't think too much. I'll sleep it off, clear my head, and try again in the morning. And then I closed my eyes. Here we are. Second day. We did it. So yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out with me. Please like, follow, subscribe. Check me out on Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, and Kick. Free money in the description as always, and I'll see you guys in the next part. Bye-bye. There we are. Recording over. Let's hop over here, backtrack, jump scene. And let's save to slot 31. Woo! Hooray! I guess, title, yes. Save system data, absolutely. Yeah, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, no. 9. We got 9 out of 37 done so far. Not bad. Anyway, I am just about ready to pass out, and I still need to do, semi-dailies on, on G-Gen Eternal. Just three missions. But yeah, let's see if there's anyone we want to raid. Rumble, here, let's just do a 3-minute ad break. You tried to launch, yeah, and you hit, whatchamacallit. Maintenance. It was down. Yeah, down for maintenance. So annoying. Anyway, let's go to Rumble, see who we're gonna... Oh, ad. I think I'll buy that ketchup I just saw an ad about. Oh, that effective on you, huh? Alright. Gaming, stream, Sun Tsunami, SVG, optics, down of everything. Welcome to Sawville. Games and shit, Rapala, Big Daddy. Video game radio, Mint. Switzerland play Italia. Okay. Civ 6, Crimson Wraith, Rebel Squadron. Shrouded, Slaying and Profiting, Peak, Elden Ring. Nothing really, yeah, definitely not Mario Bot. Anyone here? No. No. Could go. Zelda Breath of the Wild. Now let's see. Let's see how this one looks. Yeah, why not? That works for me. That'll be our Rumble raid target. /raid, drop you. How about Twitch? 43 seconds left. Oh, Little Nightmares 2. Nothing's really sticking out. And you're back. Welcome back. We are pretty much wrapped up, though. It's 2:30. I need to get some sleep. But yeah, Spirit Echoes is under maintenance. It's annoying. Hey, Sky Loves Anime. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Unfortunately, you're here as we're closing up. We're looking for raid targets. 2:30 was 2 hours ago. For you. For me, it's right now. Palworld, Jello, Winterwolf, let's see. How about here? I didn't think so. Alright, anyway, I'm gonna raid out, so we're going to, never heard of this person before, Jelly J-Fo, playing Little Nightmares 2. Start raid! Oh, hey, we got a decent amount. It's 6 people, 8 9? Nice, 9. 9 viewers. Right now. All right. And on the Rumble side, we go here. Confirm raid. YouTube, we can end the broadcast.